Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share Chapter 251, Killing the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King glared viciously with his single eye, as if he wished he could swallow Lu Chen whole. "Human, this king will tear you apart with my own hands." As soon as these words were spoken, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King leaned forward and kicked off with his legs with such force that the air exploded. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he lunged toward Lu Chen. Under the augmentation of the demon whale domain, his aura climbed to the extreme. Gray and purple lights intertwined, causing waves to surge across the sea surface for 100 miles around. However, the spirit beasts in this deep-sea demon whale territory had long since been eaten clean by the deep-sea demon whale king, so there was no spirit beast riot. Apart from the deep-sea demon whale king and Lu Chen, the only one closest to this place was High Priestess Bo Saixi. But High Priestess Bo Saixi clearly did not intend to interfere in the battle between the deep-sea demon whale king and Lu Chen. Watching the man and the beast fighting from afar, she felt secretly shocked. Lu Chen was even more powerful than she had imagined. He was actually able to trade blows evenly with the deep-sea demon whale king. I originally thought that Tang Chen's talent was already the best on the continent. Without relying on the protection of a divinity, he cultivated to a rank 99 super Douluo on his own, his talent rivaling that of the sea god of the past. But this young spirit master from the continent is even better than Tang Chen. His talent might even surpass the sea god of the past. If he is willing to accept the sea god's legacy, he will 100% pass the test, and I will be able to be released. High Priestess Bo Saixi had a plan in mind. If Lu Chen could kill the deep-sea demon whale king, she would invite Lu Chen to go to Sea God Island to accept the sea god's legacy. Returning to the battlefield. Facing the menacing deep-sea demon whale king, Lu Chen took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and narrowed his eyes. He hardened his resolve, ready to fight the deep-sea demon whale king head-on. If he wanted to absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring and spirit bone, this battle was ultimately unavoidable. Qianjun body protection. 1,000-ton giant strength. Golden light erupted from Lu Chen's body. While increasing his physical defense, he also increased his body's tolerance, allowing him to unleash 1,000% of his power. Boom! Like a Super Saiyan transforming, Lu Chen's robes fluttered violently and his hair danced wildly. The suddenly surging aura caused the charging deep-sea demon whale king to pause for a moment. Lu Chen took a step out, his figure rising into the sky like a golden dragon, smashing dark cracks into the surrounding space. Lu Chen threw a punch, and the deep-sea demon whale king opposite him also threw a punch in utter astonishment. The two fists collided like a thunderclap, creating ripples of air waves and forming a de facto vacuum area. The force rebounded, causing Lu Chen to retreat 100 meters before stabilizing his figure, while the deep-sea demon whale king retreated hundreds of meters before finally stabilizing his figure. The deep-sea demon whale king roared sternly, "This is impossible." He had cultivated for 300,000 years and devoured countless marine spirit beasts to achieve a million-year cultivation, polishing his body into a 99% divine rank body. Yet Lu Chen, as a human spirit master, had not even cultivated for a fraction of that time, but the power he was unleashing now even exceeded that of the deep-sea demon whale king. This was something the deep-sea demon whale king simply could not accept. Lu Chen raised his hand, and the 150-meter giant scythe flew back into his hand. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, what is impossible? You should look at the spirit ring configuration on my body. How many 100,000-year spirit beasts and hundreds of thousands-year vicious beasts have become my spirit rings and spirit bones? Today you will be no exception, deep-sea demon whale king. With your spirit ring and spirit bone, I will certainly be able to advance further." The deep-sea demon whale king's face was as gloomy as water. He laughed out of extreme anger. If you want this king's spirit ring and spirit bone, it depends on whether you have the ability. This king's spirit ring and spirit bone can allow you to advance further, but conversely, if this king devours you, then this king will certainly be able to evolve into a sea god dragon. Today, either you die or I perish. The deep-sea demon whale king let out a low roar and spread his palms, his spirit power surging out. With crackling sounds, blue-purple lightning flashed, and countless blue-purple lightning bolts intertwined and wrapped around each other, forming a huge lightning ball with a diameter of 30 meters. In the next instant, the huge lightning ball tore through the air. Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he flashed 100 meters to the left. However, that lightning ball seemed to have a tracking and locking function, actually chasing after Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and looked down at his body. Blue-purple arcs of electricity were wrapped around his body, connected to the lightning ball's aura. So this lightning ball could not be dodged. Third spirit ability, Space Slash. Lu Chen swung his blade, cutting a spatial crack in midair. The incoming lightning ball fell into the spatial crack and disappeared without a trace. Sixth spirit ability, Gravity Distortion. An invisible wave spread rapidly, enveloping the deep-sea demon whale king within a few breaths. Under the suppression of hundredfold gravity, the deep-sea demon whale king's expression changed, as if he were carrying a giant mountain. Although it could not crush his divine rank body, it caused him to be greatly suppressed. Fifth spirit ability, Earth Ant Emperor Slash. Lu Chen swung his blade again, and as his spirit power surged continuously, he slashed out a giant, 100-meter-sized emerald green light blade. Under the suppression of hundredfold gravity, the deep-sea demon whale king certainly could not dodge. With a ferocious expression, he crossed his arms in front of him, and the deep purple divine armor on his body erupted with light, raising his defense to the limit. Boom! The highly compressed emerald green light blade, and that set of deep purple divine armor erupted into an extremely intense confrontation, causing the space to crack and form dark traces. Ugh! The deep-sea demon whale king let out a loud cry, every muscle in his body straining. Pushing his arms forward and surging his spirit power, he finally shattered the emerald green light blade. Drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped from his arms. Clearly, the deep-sea demon whale king had sustained significant injuries during the confrontation. The deep-sea demon whale king bared his teeth. Under such intense fighting, the evil power that had originally been suppressed in the wound on his back further eroded his flesh, making his entire back feel bone-chillingly cold. From the very beginning of this battle, Lu Chen had held the upper hand, and as time passed, his advantage became increasingly obvious. Deep-sea demon whale king, it seems the wound I left you before is making you very uncomfortable. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen flashed out, wielding his 150-meter giant scythe, hacking at the deep-sea demon whale king one slash after another. The deep-sea demon whale king was slashed violently from head to toe, covered in blood, and kept roaring in anger. Human, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. The deep-sea demon whale king, a dignified million-year spirit beast, could only roar in impotent fury. He was now beset by troubles both internally and externally. Inside, evil power was eroding his flesh, and outside, Lu Chen, who was unleashing divine rank power, was hacking at him with a 150-meter giant scythe. Lu Chen's power was too tyrannical. Under the 1000% amplification, he actually hacked the deep purple divine armor into rags. Skyripping Claw. Lu Chen seized the opportunity and summoned the dark gold terror claw, which had evolved into a divine artifact. Raising his hand, he clawed, unleashing a 100-meter-sized dark golden claw mark. The claw mark crossed the sky and slammed into the deep-sea demon whale king's chest. With a boom, his divine armor shattered completely. The erupting destructive energy caused the void realm to tremble, shattering into dark cracks. The deep-sea demon whale king was filled with disbelief. My divine armor. Lu Chen flashed forward, reached out with a claw, and instantly tore through the deep-sea demon whale king's chest, grabbing his heart and squeezing it with force. With a pop, his heart exploded completely. Lu Chen looked at the stunned deep-sea demon whale king. You have divine armor. I have a divine artifact. Deep-sea demon whale king, now your divine armor is shattered. Your heart is exploded. Your life has come to an end. The deep-sea demon whale king's only remaining eye was full of resentment and unwillingness. He opened his mouth and spat blood. Don't be smug. My million-year cultivation is not so easy to absorb. As his voice fell, the deep-sea demon whale king died with his eyes wide open. Amidst a burst of purple light, his body returned to its original form, turning back into a 200-meter behemoth, falling toward the sea below. With a splash, the waves splashed up hundreds of meters high. Chapter 252, Soul Flying Away and Spirit Scattering. With the death of the deep-sea demon whale king, the demon whale domain vanished like smoke, and the layers of dark clouds in the sky dissipated into nothingness. Sunlight shone down, and the sky returned to a clear, bright state. Only the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, soaking in the seawater with its overwhelming bloody aura, told the story of the tragic battle that had just occurred. Lu Chen let out a long breath. In the end, he had won this battle. The brilliant golden light gradually faded from Lu Chen's body, and his violent aura, which had been like that of a god or demon, quickly receded to a low point. Lu Chen stumbled. The high-intensity battle had consumed him greatly, and now his muscles were sore and swollen, with less than 1/3 of his spirit power remaining. In his current state, it was almost impossible to successfully absorb the million-year spirit ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. He turned his head and cast a sideways glance at High Priestess Bo Saixi in the distance, pondering to himself. Just now, while I was fighting the deep-sea demon whale king, High Priestess Bo Saixi remained a spectator. Perhaps, as she said, as long as I do not make an enemy of the sea god, she will not view me as an enemy. But I still need to remain vigilant. For now, I must hurry and recover my spirit power. With this thought, Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the air and operated his meditation method. With each breath, the heaven and earth energy within a 100-mile radius gathered toward him. Streams of heaven and earth energy poured into his body, allowing his spirit power to recover rapidly. Lu Chen possessed the ultimate life attribute. As long as his spirit power was restored, the fatigue of his body and the soreness of his muscles were quickly alleviated. Lu Chen spent half an hour restoring most of his spirit power, and his physical state basically returned to its peak. When he opened his eyes and woke up, he couldn't wait to look at the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king soaking in the seawater. Above the corpse, a purple-gold spirit ring was floating. Its terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space, stirring up waves in the seawater and causing surges 100 meters high. It is time to reap the harvest. Lu Chen flashed and descended onto the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king. To be safe, he activated his intangibility ability. Accompanied by ripples of space spreading out, Lu Chen took the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king and hid together into the void space. Without power above the divine rank, Lu Chen was absolutely safe while hiding in the void space. He suppressed the surging emotions in his chest, sat cross-legged on the head of the deep-sea demon whale king, and issued a summons to that purple-gold spirit ring. The purple-gold spirit ring trembled, then settled onto Lu Chen, rapidly contracting and merging into his body. Cold, domineering, and tyrannical, a vast and unimaginably terrifying spirit power swept through Lu Chen's limbs and bones. HMPH. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. The fierce spirit ring energy filled his meridians to the brim, giving him the illusion that his body was about to explode. as expected of, a million-year spirit ring. It hurts so much. Every cell in my body feels like it's about to be torn apart by the energy. Persist, endure. The more painful it is at this moment, the better the tempering effect of the spirit ring energy. If it were like the evil spirit Orca King, where absorbing the spirit ring had no feeling at all, then it would not provide me with any improvement. Only pain can bring rewards. Chen gritted his teeth until they clattered, veins bulged on his forehead, and his face flushed red. One could see beneath his skin that, as the energy surged, it raised little bumps one after another. This was only because it was Chen, whose body was comparable to a million-year spirit beast. At this moment, he only felt some pain. If it were any other titled Douluo, they would likely have been blown apart by the pressure in mere minutes. Under the scouring of the spirit ring energy, his skin, his flesh, his bones, his internal organs, every cell inside and outside his body sparkled with a lustrous sheen. With the help of the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring energy, Chen completed the ultimate leap, and his body completely transformed into a god body. Suddenly, a series of crazed, wild laughter sounds emanated from Chen's mental force sea. This was, of course, not Chen's laughter, but the laughter of the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king laughed maniacally and said, "Human, although you killed me, I really must thank you. I have cultivated for 300,000 years and devoured countless ocean spirit beasts, yet I only reached 99% of a god body. You absorbed my spirit ring and reached a 100% god body. Now, this 100% god body will soon be mine. This king becoming a god is just around the corner." The deep-sea demon whale king's soul, filled with resentment, broke into Chen's mental force sea. Its body emitted black smoke, stirring up Chen's mental force sea and leaving it in turmoil. In the center of the mental force sea, a slightly translucent figure of Chen looked coldly at the invading deep-sea demon whale king. "Deep-sea demon whale king, you wish to perform possession on my body. You are not worthy. When you were alive, I could kill you. Now that you are dead, I can kill you again." Slaughter domain. Chen's mind moved, and a black light erupted from his body, turning into thousands of black blades. In an instant, it shredded the deep-sea demon whale king's soul to pieces. Ugh. With a scream, the deep-sea demon whale king completely suffered soul flying away and spirit scattering. Having lost its physical body, the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't even use its domain abilities. Yet it dared to provoke Chen on his home turf, foolishly courting death. At this moment, Chen saw the shredded soul fragments. With a thought, he opened his mouth and inhaled, causing a burst of suction to erupt from his mouth, drawing the shredded soul fragments into his belly. After consuming these soul fragments, Chen had an inexplicable, mystical feeling, as if his soul had reached complete perfection and was starting to undergo a qualitative change. A hazy, seven-colored light erupted from the depths of his soul, like the first ray of light at the creation of the world, causing his soul to reach an entirely different level. His thinking speed increased 100-fold. Places he previously felt unclear or did not understand, he could now instantly comprehend, allowing him to perceive everything. This is divine thought. Chen felt extremely overjoyed, his eyes flashing with excitement. The deep-sea demon whale king was truly generous. Absorbing its spirit ring energy had allowed his body to completely transform into a god body. Absorbing its soul fragments had allowed his mental force to completely transform into divine thought. It could be said that now, Chen was only missing a god position to allow his spirit power to break through from level 99 to level 100, and he would be able to break through and become a god. Chen sighed inwardly. It was not in vain that I exhausted all my methods to successfully hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. This is only after absorbing its spirit ring. Once I absorb its spirit bone, I will be completely at perfection. With his body transformed into a god body, and his mental force transformed into divine thought, Chen encountered no more obstacles while absorbing the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring energy. About 10 hours later, Chen completed the absorption of the spirit ring. Chapter 253, Chen's Divine Equipment. Chen opened his eyes and woke up, a flash of purple-gold light erupting from them, though it only lasted for a moment before slowly dissipating. He stood up and stretched his limbs slightly, feeling as if a savage dragon was awakening within his body. A continuous stream of power surged out from his body, making him feel that he could kill a 100,000-year spirit beast like the evil spirit Orca King with a single punch. With a single thought, he sensed the 2 spirit abilities he had gained after absorbing the spirit ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. That's right. Only 2 spirit abilities. Chen guessed that perhaps it was because the deep-sea demon whale king, despite having 1,000,000 years of cultivation, had achieved it by devouring countless marine spirit beasts and had not truly passed the 10th heavenly tribulation, so it did not count as a true 1,000,000-year spirit beast. That was why there were only 2 abilities. But it didn't matter. Chen's mental force had transformed into divine thought, and his body into a divine body, which was the greatest gain. Moreover, the power of these 2 abilities was extremely formidable. The first ability of the 9th spirit ring, Blade of World Destruction, could destroy a world with a single slash. Although the description was a bit exaggerated, it still showed the power of this spirit ability. The second ability of the 9th spirit ring, Endless Devouring, was the core ability of the deep-sea demon whale king, and the real reason why it possessed 1,000,000 years of cultivation, despite only having cultivated for 300,000 years. In the ocean, there was a complete food chain based on the principle of big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. As the apex of the food chain, the deep-sea demon whale king's terrifying devouring ability allowed it to refine any spirit beast it ate into energy and store it in its body. This endless devouring spirit ability could condense a black hole with no upper limit to its devouring capability, and the energy obtained from devouring could be used to continuously increase one's own cultivation. Blade of World Destruction was a purely offensive spirit ability. Endless Devouring could be used for both offense and defense, and could also assist in cultivation. It was a very comprehensive spirit ability. A look of excitement appeared on Chen's face. I now have 6 pieces of spirit bone, the Void Mantis head bone, the 9-headed bloody crimson bat king left arm bone, the 1,000-jun ant emperor right arm bone, the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king left leg bone, the evil spirit orca king right leg bone, and the dark golden terror claw external spirit bone. I am only missing 1 torso spirit bone. This deep-sea demon whale king torso spirit bone can complete the last missing piece of my spirit bone set. I have finally reached perfection. Come out my torso spirit bone. Chen stomped his foot, and the entire corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king trembled. The next instant, the back of the deep-sea demon whale king split open, and a purple gold light flew out from it. At the center of that light was a shimmering torso spirit bone, containing the complete spine and 24 ribs. Chen reached out and grabbed it. The deep-sea demon whale king torso spirit bone seemed to be summoned and flew towards his chest. The moment it touched his chest, the torso spirit bone melted into a purple gold liquid, tightly wrapping around his chest and back. It seeped through every inch of his skin, poured into his body, and found the corresponding skeletal position, merging into it bit by bit. Chen's body had already transformed into a divine body, so he naturally felt no pressure absorbing this deep-sea demon whale king torso spirit bone. However, after the torso spirit bone merged, his blood chi power began to climb steadily. A pillar of blood chi soared from the top of his head, illuminating the entire sky in a crimson red. Within a radius of 100 miles, the air became thick and viscous. Inside Lu Chen's body, stimulated by the surging blood qi power, the other 6 pieces of spirit bone on his body suddenly reacted violently. His void mantis head bone released cold energy. His 9-headed bloody crimson bat, king left arm bone, released evil energy. His 1,000-jun ant emperor right arm bone released heavy energy. His 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king left leg bone released gentle energy. His evil spirit orca, king right leg, bone released tyrannical energy. His dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone released sharp energy. The 6 pieces of spirit bone, stimulated by the blood qi power, released distinctly different energies, representing their distinctly different attributes. And the final deep sea demon whale, king torso spirit bone released domineering energy. Inside Lu Chen's body, 7 distinctly different types of energy could not be integrated, pulling back and forth, almost treating his body as a battlefield. Even though he was a divine body, he felt tearing pain, as if his flesh and bones were being forcibly gouged out. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Chen's forehead. The deep-sea demon whale king's torso spirit bone contains the divine equipment energy of the deep-sea demon whale king. Could it be that I am about to condense a set of divine equipment? But the 7 pieces of spirit bone on my body come from different spirit beasts, with different attributes that cannot be integrated. If this continues, it will tear my body apart sooner or later. I remember Tang San faced this situation too. It was the sea god's divine force and the Asura god's divine force that forcibly connected the 7 pieces of spirit bone throughout his body, allowing the 7 pieces of spirit bone from 7 different spirit beasts to finally aggregate into a set of divine equipment. I have divine force too. Thinking of this, Lu Chen mobilized his divine thought and activated the life divine power of the seed of life. The emerald green life divine power swept through every part of his body like mercury pouring onto the ground. The life divine power was not domineering, but it was continuous and had great stamina. Under the scouring of the life divine power, the 7 pieces of spirit bone on his body slowly became tinged with an emerald green color. At this moment, the life divine power connected the 7 pieces of spirit bone, perfectly integrating the spirit bones of different attributes together. At this moment, the energy of all the spirit bones was ignited at the same time. His void mantis head bone transformed into a silver-white helmet, sharp like a blade, extremely cool. His deep-sea demon whale king torso spirit bone transformed into a deep purple battle armor, with wavy patterns, as if one could hear the sound of surging waves. His 9-headed bloody crimson bat king left arm bone transformed into a blood-red bracer, covered with strange magic patterns, which outlined a blood bat pattern, giving a very eerie feeling. His 1,000-jun ant emperor right arm bone transformed into a golden bracer. The right arm bracer was more than 3 times thicker than the left, giving a feeling of being indestructible. His 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king left leg bone transformed into a milky white greave, with patterns intertwined as if they were the roots and veins of a plant. His evil spirit orca king right leg bone transformed into a black-red greave growing small barbs like rows of fine teeth. Once kicked into an enemy, it would surely tear the enemy's skin and flesh. His dark golden terraclaw external spirit bone transformed into a dark gold gauntlet, covering his entire palm, with 5 claws springing out like 5 sharp blades over 3 feet long. The 7 pieces of spirit bone transformed into 7 pieces of divine equipment, but because they came from different spirit beasts, the styles of the divine equipment were different. Wearing them on Lu Chen's body gave a very uncoordinated feeling. The next moment, emerald green light burst out from his body. Under the rendering of that light, the 7 pieces of divine equipment, originally of different colors, were all rendered in emerald green. At least with the colors unified, this set of divine equipment looked much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Chen felt his current power, and was shocked to find that if the deep-sea demon whale king were still alive, he could slaughter it within 3 moves. This was the confidence this set of divine equipment brought to Lu Chen. Unfortunately, this power could not last, as Lu Chen was not yet a true divinity. Lu Chen let out a long breath, calming his inner shock. The life god position is currently still in the hands of the goddess of life. I cannot borrow the life god position to become a god. But if I am willing, I can refine the seed of life gifted by the goddess of life and create my own nature god position, or healing god position, and I will immediately be able to reach level 100 and become a god. But this would make me a subordinate god of the goddess of life. What I want to achieve is the supreme position of God King. Not a first-class god or second-class god. It seems I cannot be hasty. Although I have the foundation to become a god instantly, for the sake of future development, I still cannot randomly create a god position. Chapter 254, Asura Demon Sword and Seed of Destruction. 5 hours later. The deep-sea demon whale King Torso spirit bone had completely integrated into Lu Chen's body, and Lu Chen regained control of his body. As his divine thought moved, the 7 pieces of divine armor, which had transformed from his 7 spirit bones, also disintegrated, turning into streams of energy that returned to various parts of his body. Sensing the 2 spirit abilities brought to him by the torso spirit bone, a flash of brilliance crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Demon Whale Tyrant Sea, a domain-type spirit ability. Once activated, it can control all water elements within the domain, imposing a 50% suppression effect on enemies. If this Demon Whale Tyrant Sea spirit ability is used within the ocean, one can become the master of the ocean, mobilizing the energy of the ocean to fight enemies. World-extinguishing Demon Thunder, a type of water attribute yin thunder that can corrode an enemy's tendons, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs. Once hit, even if they don't die, they will end up with their origin Kai heavily damaged and their strength reduced. Moreover, this world-extinguishing demon thunder comes with a tracking effect, capable of tracking through the aura emitted by the enemy. Tusk, 2 more decent spirit abilities. After Lu Chen understood the effects of the spirit bone skills, he turned his gaze toward the head of the deep-sea demon whale king, flashed over, raised his right hand, and summoned the dark golden terrorclaw external spirit bone. The 5 sharp blades, over 3 feet long, easily tore through the deep-sea demon whale king's skin and flesh under Lu Chen's control, accompanied by a series of toothacheing sounds of flesh and bone tearing. The entire skull of the deep-sea demon whale king was lifted off by Lu Chen. No bloody smell sprayed out. Instead, it permeated a rich and heavy fragrance. Inside the deep-sea demon whale king's skull was a basin-sized cavity, filled with a golden paste-like substance, the whale brain, a heaven and earth treasure unique to ocean spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. And quietly lying within that whale brain was a purple bead. That was the deep-sea demon whale king's whale pearl. In terms of cultivation terminology from 10,000 years later, it was a yin and yang complementary dual spirit core. Even with Lu Chen's physical fitness, eating this whale brain would yield significant benefits, not to mention the whale pearl. Lu Chen immediately took out a jade box from his portable space. With a move of his divine thought, the whale pearl flew into his hand first, and then the golden paste-like whale brain flowed into the jade box in Lu Chen's hand as if it had a life of its own. After putting away the whale pearl and the whale brain, Lu Chen let out a long breath, deactivated his ethereal ability, and returned to the real world with the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king. With a splash, the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king fell back into the sea and continued to sink into the deep sea bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen did not interfere. When a whale falls, all things flourish. For 300,000 years, this deep-sea demon whale king had devoured all the ocean spirit beasts in the demon whale sea area. Now that it had been killed by Lu Chen, The most valuable spirit ring, spirit bone, whale pearl, and whale brain had already been taken away by Lu Chen. The remaining corpse would be returned to this demon whale sea area. He believed that under the nourishment of the deep-sea demon whale king's corpse, this sea area would attract a large number of ocean spirit beasts within a year, rather than being as lifeless as it was now. At this moment, High Priestess Bo Saixi, who had long been stunned, moved her mind, stepped on the waves and came over, speaking from a distance. "Your Excellency, the deep-sea demon whale king you killed was once a great enemy of Lord Sea God. I did not expect it to die at your hands today. You have a fated connection with Lord Sea God. I wonder if you are willing to inherit Lord Sea God's God position. If it were someone else, I could not guarantee they would gain Lord Sea God's favor. But if it is you, Your Excellency, I can guarantee that you will definitely gain Lord Sea God's favor. Once you become the successor of Lord Sea God and pass Lord Sea God's trials, you will be able to inherit Lord Sea God's God position and become the master of this ocean." Just as High Priestess Bo Saixi was vigorously promoting the Sea God God position, a burst of red light suddenly erupted in the sky, and boundless killing intent gathered rapidly, eventually condensing into a 2-meter-long blood-colored great sword. It was the Asura demon sword. After Tang Chen died, the Asura demon sword had dissipated into the air, but it had unexpectedly condensed again today. The blood-colored great sword trembled slightly, and a circle of scarlet air waves spread out, knocking High Priestess Bo Saixi, who was vigorously promoting the Sea God God position, flying back 1,000 meters away. High Priestess Bo Saixi was also a super Douluo, but under that circle of scarlet air waves, she had no power to resist at all. The next moment, that Asura demon sword slowly floated in front of Lu Chen, emitting clanging sword chimes. Lu Chen looked at that Asura demon sword, his eyes widened in surprise. Through the killing intent of this Asura demon sword, he recognized it as the Asura demon sword. But why would the Asura demon sword appear in front of him? A divine thought filled with killing intent fluctuated from the Asura demon sword. After touching Lu Chen's divine thought, it explained the situation clearly. It turned out that the Asura demon sword wanted Lu Chen to be the successor of the Asura god. As long as Lu Chen reached out and grasped the Asura demon sword, without needing to pass the assessment of the Slaughter City, Lu Chen could obtain the Slaughter God domain and become the successor of the Asura god. And he could also obtain the divine force of the Asura god from the first 7 trials of the Asura 9 trials that Tang Chen had accumulated within the Asura demon sword. Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share. In other words, as long as Lu Chen was willing, he could almost be guaranteed the Asura god position. Lu Chen was stunned by this. "You are truly yourself, Asura. An existence who wants to run away 800 times a day. As a law enforcer of the god realm, he could even break the law to run away. According to the rules, the divinities of the god realm cannot interfere with the lower realm. But now, the Asura god is the rules of the god realm itself. Should he become the Asura god?" Lu Chen asked himself in his heart. The Asura god, one of the 5 god kings of the god realm, the law enforcer of the god realm, and possibly even the strongest in the god realm. Inheriting his god position would allow Lu Chen to obtain unimaginable power without putting in too much effort. I believe this is an irresistible temptation for anyone. But Lu Chen's eyes were indecisive. Was his journey so far just to inherit the Asura god position? This was not even as good as Tang San's dual god coexistence. Just when Lu Chen felt hesitant, a crack suddenly opened in the sky, and from that spatial crack, a fist-sized purple bead flew out. Within that purple bead, the purest destructive fluctuations flickered, as if it contained the most fundamental law of destruction. This purple bead was the seed of destruction, containing the most origin power of the god of destruction. As Lu Chen broke through to level 99 spirit power and finished attaching 9 spirit rings to his second martial soul. The god of destruction, who had already noticed Lu Chen, finally sent out the reward he had long decided upon: the seed of destruction. Now, an Asura demon sword and a seed of destruction were both placed in front of Lu Chen, letting him make a choice between the two. Choosing the Asura demon sword would guarantee the Asura god position. Choosing the seed of destruction was not the god position of the god of destruction, so Lu Chen could not directly become the god of destruction. But with the seed of destruction and the seed of life, the origin powers of the god of destruction and the goddess of life, gathered on one person, how much of a variable it could bring to Lu Chen's future. That would be something no one could imagine. Chapter 255. The Asura god deals a ruthless blow. Lu Chen looked at the Asura demon sword on his left and the seed of destruction on his right. He felt enveloped by an immense sense of surprise. It was not just the Asura god who had chosen him. Even the god of destruction was paying attention to him. The Asura god had directly offered the Asura god position, and it seemed as if he could not wait to shove it into Lu Chen's hands. Although the god of destruction had not handed the god position of destruction to Lu Chen, the seed of destruction he provided contained the most fundamental law of destruction. With the foundation Lu Chen had currently accumulated, as long as he comprehended the law of destruction, he could create his own god position of destruction or god position of death in a matter of minutes, allowing him to break through level 100 and become a divinity instantly. Perhaps the only problem was that the god position of destruction, or the god position of death, would only be a subordinate god to the god of destruction. But this problem was not without a solution. Lu Chen possessed the seed of life within his body, and by absorbing the seed of destruction, he would possess the origin laws of 2 god kings, the goddess of life and the god of destruction. Comprehending the power of the origin law of a single god king would only allow him to become a subordinate god to that god king. But if he comprehended the power of the origin laws of both god kings simultaneously, fused the origin of life and destruction, and created a supreme god king position that was not governed by life and destruction, was there any need to hesitate? Lu Chen took a deep breath, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Inheriting the Asura god position is certainly a step toward reaching the heavens in a single bound, but comprehending the seed of destruction offers me a much broader horizon. As he spoke, Lu Chen reached out and grabbed the seed of destruction. He had made his choice. He chose the seed of destruction, not the Asura demon sword. The seed of destruction trembled slightly, as if feeling gratified. However, the Asura demon sword would not have it. In an instant, boundless, blinding, blood-colored light erupted from the Asura demon sword. That blood-red tide covered the sky and the earth, instantly turning this sea area into an Asura purgatory. A bone-chilling killing intent lingered around Lu Chen's body, making his hair stand on end, as if countless sharp blades were gently grazing his skin. Lu Chen's expression changed. He immediately understood that the shameless Asura god had turned hostile directly because he had not accepted the Asura god position. With a thought, his not yet mature divine armor was instantly summoned. Helmet, battle armor, left and right bracers, left and right greaves, and a right-hand gauntlet. The 7 pieces of divine armor emerged from his body, completely enveloping him, causing the aura radiating from his body to be in no way inferior to that of a true divinity. Facts proved that Lu Chen's reaction was correct, because in the very next instant, that 2-meter-long blood-colored giant sword slashed down at him from above. An incredibly pure and imposing killing intent constantly provoked his nerves. Even though his mental force had already transformed into divine thought, under the impact of this killing intent, illusions flashed before his eyes, all scenes of him being slaughtered. Ugh! Lu Chen roared. He did not want to die here. He recondensed his divine thought, which had been gradually scattering under the impact of the killing intent, and tore through the illusions of him being killed. His eyes narrowed as he stared directly at the slashing Asura demon sword. He raised his hand, swinging the right-hand gauntlet formed by the dark golden terror claw external spirit bone, and collided with the blood blade of the Asura demon sword. Clang! Accompanied by a massive sound of metal clashing, pitch-black cracks shattered in the surrounding space. Under the rolling airwaves, 100-meter-high waves surged on the sea surface, the turbulent billows rising and falling incessantly. Lu Chen's face flushed red. Under the massive recoil force, he was knocked back 100 meters. The air pressure from his high-speed movement almost split the sea surface beneath him in two. He cursed internally. Damn, this Asura god is truly heartless. Before I made my choice, he was practically dying to shove the Asura god position into my arms. I just did not choose his Asura god position, and he immediately turned hostile, manipulating the Asura demon sword to deal a ruthless blow to me instantly. He was sweet just a moment ago, and now he is a monster. This Asura god turns his back faster than flipping a book. It is a good thing my reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that sword strike just now would have been enough to cost me half my life. The Asura god truly deserves his reputation as one of the 5 god kings. His true form did not even appear, and merely an Asura demon sword is enough to make me feel a threat of death. Lu Chen was not the type to swallow his anger quietly. Since the Asura god wanted his life, there was no need for him to be polite now. His battle intent surged in his chest, and his aura climbed to the extreme. He moved the seed of destruction from his right hand to his left, then summoned his spirit, the black iron sickle. Having been tempered by the energy of the deep-sea demon whale kings Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone, the black iron sickle had evolved once again. The handle was 4 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm. The scythe blade was 2.6 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. On that wide, thick blade were wavy patterns. Its shape was exaggerated, hideous, and terrifying, truly a lethal weapon in the human world capable of slaughtering all living things. Now, the weight of Lu Chen's black iron sickle spirit had reached a terrifying 108,000 jin, in no way inferior to the sea god's sea god trident. As a 1,000,000-year-old spirit beast, and the largest and heaviest spirit beast in the ocean, the changes it brought to the black iron sickle were immense. Black, black, red, 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 purple gold, 2 black, 6 red, and 1 purple gold. A spirit ring configuration so exaggerated it made people gasp in astonishment rose one by one from beneath Lu Chen's feet. The moment those 9 spirit rings appeared, the wind stopped, and the waves calmed. Lu Chen seemed to become the sole dominator between heaven and earth. He was not yet a divinity, but he was already superior to a divinity. Lu Chen's blood and qi soared to the heavens. His roar sounded like a dragon's chant and a tiger's howl, echoing between heaven and earth like thunder from the 9 heavens. Come and fight. If you want my life, a single Asura demon sword is not enough to do it. Under Lu Chen's provocation, the Asura demon sword emitted an earth-shattering sword cry. The blinding blood-colored light covering the sky poured down toward Lu Chen, ferociously tearing through his aura and suppressing his strength to less than 50%. Then the Asura demon sword, like a blood dragon, pierced through the sky, shattered space, and flew straight toward Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. He felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. Demon whale dominates the sea. Slaughter domain. Qianjun body protection. 1,000-ton giant strength. Lu Chen instantly exploded with his full power, relying on the 2 domain abilities. Demon whale dominates the sea and slaughter domain, to resist the suppression of his strength by that blinding bloodlight. Relying on Qianjun body protection and 1,000-ton giant strength, he strengthened his physical power to the extreme. Amidst the brilliant golden light, Lu Chen swung his blade and slashed, colliding with that blood-colored giant sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, Lu Chen and the Asura demon sword were simultaneously knocked back 100 meters. Chen laughed heartily. It seemed that with him going all out, he could still fight against the Asura demon's sword. He stomped his feet heavily, causing space to crack. His body soared into the sky like a golden dragon, swinging his blade once more to engage the Asura demon sword. The Asura demon sword spat out blood-colored light. Although not held by anyone, it displayed astonishing sword techniques, slashing left and right like a swimming dragon. Its offensive was like a violent storm, continuous and ceaseless. It had accompanied the Asura god, fighting for countless years. Its combat techniques, combat experience, and combat awareness were exactly the same as the Asura god himself. Under the offensive of the Asura demon sword, Chen was in a flurry. If his stats had not been high enough, he probably did not know how many times he would have been killed by the Asura demon sword. Combat techniques, combat experience, and combat awareness, these had always been Chen's weaknesses. Chen was too young. In his previous life as an ordinary person, he never had the opportunity to train his combat techniques, combat experience, and combat awareness. Having transmigrated into this life, he was only a 13-year-old youth. Although he had gone through quite a few battles, his techniques, experience, and awareness certainly could not compare to the Asura god who had fought for countless years. If he could not compare, then he could not compare. Chen calmed his heart, his eyes fixed tightly on the Asura demon sword. Through his divine thought, he recorded its attack movements, integrating them into his own combat techniques during the battle to hone his own unrefined combat skills. Chapter 256, Battle of the God Kings. The Asura god had already manipulated the Asura demon sword to ruthlessly attack Chen. Could the god of destruction just watch idly and remain indifferent? Of course not. At the same time, in the God Realm hub, the vast divine might of the Asura god and the god of destruction cast the entire God Realm into shadow, causing numerous first-rank gods, second-rank gods, and third-rank gods to tremble beneath their divine might. From within the purple light covering half of the God Realm hub, a resounding voice of questioning rang out. Asura, what is the meaning of this? As an enforcer of the God Realm, you have actually interfered in the development of the lower realm without authorization and ruthlessly attacked an ordinary spirit master on the Douluo Continent. Do you still remember that you are an enforcer of the God Realm, the spokesperson for the rules of the God Realm? Breaking the law while knowing the law, your crime, Asura, is even more severe. The god of destruction had long found the Asura god displeasing. This guy was single-mindedly trying to run away. Sitting in the position of God Realm enforcer, all he thought about every day was how to throw away his Asura god position. Among the 5 god kings of the God Realm, the goddess of life was content with the status quo, wishing only to maintain the stability of the God Realm, while the god of destruction was enterprising and wanted to strive for a future for the God Realm. The one point where they sought common ground, while reserving differences, was that they both hoped the God Realm could be better. The Asura god was the most powerful, yet only wanted to run away. Regarding the God Realm and his own responsibilities, he had a mindset of wanting to cast them off as soon as possible. The god of evil and the god of goodness, although they did not spend every day thinking about running away like the Asura god, were also weary of the dull life in the God Realm. Spending their days slacking off made the god of destruction, a workaholic, feel heartbroken. From within the red light covering the other half of the God Realm hub, a slightly hoarse, yet cold voice that was enough to make one's heart stop, rang out. Destruction, do not make false accusations. I am fulfilling my duty. A human spirit master capable of erupting with divine rank combat power, and you call him an ordinary spirit master. That is pure nonsense. Seeing that he was a genius, I originally intended to save his life. If he had been able to inherit the Asura god position, then none of this would be happening now. But he sought his own death, so what could I do? He chose your seed of destruction, and by gathering the origin of life and the origin of destruction, he has already become an unstable factor. the seed of life and the seed of destruction existing in one person simultaneously. Once he fuses them into the power of creation, it will bring a massive disaster to the Douluo Continent and even to the entire God realm. In order to prevent the disaster from happening, what is the problem with me, as an enforcer of the God realm, nipping the source of the disaster in the bud beforehand? It is not that I want to kill him. It is you who are forcing me to kill him. What the god of destruction wanted was a variable. Even if this variable had the potential to bring disaster to the God realm, it also had the potential to bring rebirth to the God realm. The current God realm was only a small part of the original dragon God realm. Resources were limited, and it was precarious. It was the gods of the God realm who had merged their respective god positions into the God realm, stabilizing this precarious God realm. For the gods of the God realm, this God realm was merely a cage. The internal space was extremely narrow, and life could be seen to its end at a single glance. Their long lives had instead become the root of their pain. Thus, the God realm was always filled with death chi. The god of destruction saw this in his eyes and felt anxious in his heart. Continuing to boil the frog in warm water like this, the God realm would sooner or later perish bit by bit. Rather than perishing without a ripple, it would be better to have a grand destruction and subsequent reconstruction. The god of destruction spoke bluntly. Well played, Asura god, convicting someone based on things that haven't even happened yet. We who hold authority over the God realm hub should be clear in our rewards and punishments. This human spirit master on the Douluo Continent is gifted and cultivates diligently. Whether it is the rewards given by Little Green or the rewards I gave him, they are all things he deserves. Even if he can fuse the power of creation, that is his ability. As long as we gods guide him toward good, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the God realm. I see that you are just settling a private vendetta. Because he is unwilling to accept your Asura god position, you are retaliating against him. No matter how much you say, they are all just excuses. The god of destruction was truly more law-abiding than the Asura god. When Chen had just achieved his breakthrough to title Douluo, he first attracted the attention of the goddess of life, and the god of destruction had also noticed Chen at that time. However, the god of destruction had insisted on waiting until Chen broke through to 99-level spirit power and had attached 9 spirit rings to his second martial soul, meeting the requirements, before rewarding Chen with the seed of destruction. Unlike the Asura god, clearly Chen had never been to the Slaughter City, nor did he have the Slaughter god domain, so he did not count as a true successor to the Asura god. Yet the Asura god still shoved his own Asura demon sword right in front of Chen. And he even included the Asura divine force accumulated by Tang San after passing the first 7 of the Asura 9 trials. This was blatant cheating. Sensing that the Asura god was unyieldingly trying to kill Chen, the god of destruction could finally bear it no longer. A dense wave of destruction erupted from his body, causing the entire God realm hub to tremble slightly, unable to withstand the power of a god king erupting at full force. He roared, "Asura, let us battle outside the heavens. Chen must live today." As soon as the words fell, the god of destruction channeled infinite purple light, surging straight into the heavens like a volcanic eruption, arriving in the starry space outside the domain in an instant. The Asura god was also unwilling to fight in the God realm hub. Once the God realm hub was destroyed, the entire God realm would be ruined in an instant. This hidden danger must be nipped in the bud today. The blinding scarlet light also surged and flew to the starry space outside the domain. Through the scarlet light, one could see a gaunt figure clad in ferocious blood-colored armor, with hair like snow and scarlet eyes, suffusing a peerless divine might that made even gods tremble with fear. The 2 god kings confronted each other. Although they had not yet truly started to fight, their divine thoughts had already begun to clash. The stars in the sky lost their radiance, and the firmament was left with only red and purple light, like two neatly arranged armies, interlocked and fighting back and forth. Just a trace of the aura emitted unintentionally was enough to make the numerous first-rank gods, second-rank gods, and third-rank gods in the god realm tremble with fear and unease. That was a battle between two god kings. Once they fought with true fire, if it spread to the god realm hub, then the god realm would also fall apart as a result. Under such circumstances, the only ones who could remain calm were the god of evil and the god of goodness, who were shrouded in black and white light. Not only did they not feel panic, but they actually felt a bit of excitement. The god realm was too boring. A situation like two god kings fighting was truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. The god of evil and the god of goodness even privately placed bets with great interest, betting on who would eventually win the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. Finally, at a certain moment, the Asura god and the god of destruction attacked simultaneously, unleashing various divine skills, and the terrifying fluctuations of divine force caused the entire god realm to tremble. The Asura god was indeed worthy of being the #1 powerhouse in the god realm. Even without the Asura demon sword by his side, he could still fight the god of destruction, who held the destruction scepter, to a draw, or at least not fall into a clear disadvantage. The current situation was that the Asura god's true self was fighting the god of destruction, while simultaneously manipulating the Asura demon sword to battle Chen. Chapter 257. Stop. Do not fight anymore. At the beginning, the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction was not too excessive. Although they fought fiercely, there was still some restraint between them. However, as time passed, their tempers flared, and their attacks became increasingly ruthless. The battle shifted from initial restraint to mercilessness, with every strike aimed at severely injuring the opponent. The god of destruction channeled the purest destructive energy in the universe, transforming it into a tide of destruction that swept outward, as if capable of annihilating all things and causing the world to return to its primordial chaos. The Asura god was not to be outdone and unleashed the Asura judgment. The Asura god presided over slaughter, rules, and judgment. His divine force possessed a powerful suppressive effect on the vast majority of divinities. Although he did not have the Asura demon sword in hand, the Asura god condensed a phantom sword shadow and still unleashed a strike that shook the heavens and moved the earth, splitting the tide of destruction in two. The tide of destruction, split in two and raging, even impacted the barrier of the god realm, causing the entire god realm to vibrate violently. At this, the god of evil and the god of goodness could no longer sit idly by. These two god kings took the initiative to act, their black and white lights intertwining to form a force capable of mending the heavens, forcibly stabilizing the violently vibrating god realm. The god of goodness frowned slightly. What should we do? Should we stop them? They have already lost their tempers. If they continue to fight, it will sooner or later affect the god realm. The god of evil curled his lips. Even if we stop them, we cannot resolve their conflict. As the conflict deepens, it will only be endless later on. Let them fight. We only need to maintain the stability of the god realm. Only when they have determined a winner can this matter be completely resolved. The god of goodness nodded slightly, agreeing with the god of evil's assessment. Aside from stabilizing the god realm, the two god kings did not intervene much in the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. They did not intervene, but ultimately someone stood up to stop the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. Besides the Asura god, the god of destruction, the god of goodness, and the god of evil, there was also the goddess of life in the god realm. Accompanied by a burst of emerald light filled with life force, the gentle voice of the goddess of life resounded in the starry sky outside the domain. Stop, do not fight anymore. The greatest strength of the goddess of life is her gentleness, but at the same time, the greatest weakness of the goddess of life is also her gentleness. She was too gentle, to the point where she sometimes could not clearly assess the situation, became easily confused, and ended up trying to smooth things over. As everyone knows, the goddess of life and the god of destruction are a loving couple. She should have stood with the god of destruction. But she chose to stand in the middle, attempting to stop the battle between the Asura god and the god of destruction. This was a manifestation of being unable to clearly assess the situation. Seeing that her beloved was not standing with him, the god of destruction's heart trembled, and the movements in his hands paused for an instant. Fortunately, he understood the goddess of life well enough to know that this was simply her character. She was gentle and patient enough with everyone. It was not that the goddess of life did not love him. After pausing for an instant, the god of destruction continued to wield the destruction scepter to attack the Asura god. "Little Green, I know you do not want to see me fight Asura, but my fight with Asura is not for my own sake. Asura wants to kill Chen, saying that he will bring disaster to the Douluo Continent and the god realm in the future. Is it reasonable to convict someone based on things that have not yet happened? This is unreasonable. On Chen, there is also the seed of life that you rewarded. In a sense, Chen is also your successor. Little Green, you wouldn't want to see your own successor killed by Asura, would you?" Hearing this last sentence, the goddess of life seemed to be touched by something. The next instant, she flew to the side of the god of destruction, stood with him, and faced the Asura god directly. Her gentle tone carried a hint of sternness. "Asura, this is where you are wrong. As divinities, we should be fair in our dealings. How can we convict someone for something that has not yet happened? I rewarded Chen with the seed of life, and Little Purple rewarded Chen with the seed of destruction, both to reward his diligent cultivation. If you are worried that he will use this power for evil, then we should give him proper guidance, rather than killing him. If he does evil, Little Purple and I will naturally take action. No matter what the future holds, Little Purple and I will be responsible to the end." As her voice fell, the goddess of life joined the battle, coordinating with the god of destruction to attack the Asura god together. The coordination between the goddess of life and the god of destruction brought their strength infinitely close to a supreme god king. Even though the Asura god had the strongest individual strength, he was no match for the combined efforts of the goddess of life and the god of destruction, not to mention that his Asura demon sword was not in his hands at the moment. The Asura god fell into a disadvantage and was beaten back step by the combined efforts of the goddess of life and the god of destruction during the battle. Faced with this situation where defeat was certain, the Asura god stopped struggling and chose to end the battle voluntarily. He could not really wait until he was beaten to the ground to open his mouth and admit defeat. He was the dignified Asura god, one of the 5 god kings of the god realm and an enforcer of the god realm. Once beaten to the ground, he would truly lose all his face and dignity. The Asura god said in a deep, angry voice, "Life, destruction, you will definitely regret this." The god of destruction was in high spirits. He had defeated the Asura god, although the Asura god did not say the words, "I admit defeat." Choosing to end the battle voluntarily was in itself an admission of defeat. More importantly, this time the goddess of life stood with him. This made the god of destruction feel excited, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Asura, Little Green and I are also god kings. We will be responsible for the choices we make. You cannot control us." The Asura god snorted coldly with a gloomy face. Since the battle had ended, he did not stay here and disappeared into the starry sky outside the domain with a flash. The Asura god had always been fair in his dealings. This time, choosing to attack Chen because Chen did not want his god position was not purely to vent personal resentment. It was because he truly felt that a human spirit master who controlled the origin of life and the origin of destruction was an unstable factor that could very likely bring about some uncontrollable variables. He was certainly not willing to just let it go like this, but he would not directly attack Chen again like this. As this battle reached a conclusion, the god realm became calm again. However, the many first-level, second-level, and third-level divinities of the god realm kept a human spirit master from the Douluo Continent in their minds. Chen. To be able to make 3 god kings of the god realm break out into a battle over him, let alone 100 years, even in 1,000 years, such a thing had never happened in the god realm. Streams of divine thought intertwined in midair. Even as divinities, they could not escape the instinct for gossip. Many divinities communicated with each other and discussed it endlessly. When mentioning Chen, they all appeared worried. Would a human spirit master who controlled the origin of life and the origin of destruction, as the Asura god said, bring disaster to the god realm in the future? It all made these divinities feel a bit hesitant. Chapter 258, Returning to the Longevity Sect. Back on the vast blue ocean of the Douluo Continent. Like a long, blood-colored dragon displaying peerless attack power, the Asura demon sword at the moment its master, the Asura god, was defeated by the god of destruction and the goddess of life, instantly whipped up a blood-colored vortex that soared to the sky. The overwhelming blood-colored light, covering a radius of 100 miles, was swallowed into the blood-colored vortex like a celestial river flowing backwards. As the very last trace of blood-colored light was absorbed by the Asura demon sword, the scene that had just resembled the Asura hell completely ceased to exist. The tip of the Asura demon sword finally turned toward Chen, and he felt as if he were being stared at by a pair of cold eyes. The next instant, the Asura demon sword quietly dissipated into the air. The Asura demon sword had followed the Asura god through countless years of battle, slaying countless powerful enemies. Yet this time, facing Chen, who had not truly become a divinity, it had actually failed to kill him. This caused the sword spirit of the Asura demon sword to deeply remember Chen. Could it be, the Asura god has given up on killing me? Chen, who had been intoxicated by the rapid improvement of his combat techniques and experience in actual combat, tilted his head in confusion after the Asura demon sword ceased its attack and spoke. It must be said that actual combat is truly the best teacher. Under the onslaught of the Asura demon sword, in order to avoid being killed, Chen's combat ability increased visibly. This was also thanks to his mental force having transformed into divine thought, allowing him to memorize every attack motion of the Asura demon sword during the high-intensity battle. Phew! Chen let out a long breath and dismantled his divine armor, which turned into streams of energy and returned to his body. After all, he was not yet a divinity, and using the divine armor for a long time consumed a massive amount of energy, leaving him with eyes full of fatigue. Asura god, I, Chen, have noted this grudge today. You wanted my life. In the future, I will repay you 100-fold. Although the onslaught of the Asura demon sword had greatly honed Chen's combat ability, it was because of his own deep foundation, not because the Asura god had intentionally shown mercy. If Chen's own strength hadn't been sufficient, he would definitely have been slain by the Asura demon sword just now. Chen's personality was to repay kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. The goddess of life and the god of destruction had each given him a seed of life and a seed of destruction, and Chen held gratitude in his heart for these 2 god kings. As for the Asura god, although he had wanted to stuff the Asura god position into his arms, he had developed murderous intent simply because of Chen's refusal, even controlling the Asura demon sword to attack him. Chen had mentally marked this against him. In the future, when he ascended to the god realm, he would definitely have to settle the score with the Asura god. To decide who is superior, and to decide life and death. The sea surface, which had been churning with huge waves, was now gradually becoming calm, with only a few small ripples occasionally rising. Chen had already achieved the purpose of this voyage, having attached the 8th spirit ring and 9th spirit ring to his second martial soul, and he had also obtained the seed of destruction gifted by the god of destruction. He prepared to leave the ocean, but before doing so, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he flashed over to High Priestess Bo Saxi's side. High Priestess Bo Saxi, who was trembling under the divine might of the Asura demon sword, had not yet recovered her senses. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear in front of her, she was startled and asked in confusion, "Your Excellency, what do you want to do?" Lu Chen said with great interest, "High Priestess Bo Saxi, from what I heard you say just now, it seems you are looking for a suitable successor for the sea god. If you are looking for a successor to the sea god, I will send one over to you another day." High Priestess Bo Saxi had originally looked happy, but in the blink of an eye, she became suspicious. Lu Chen could have inherited the Asura god position just now, yet he hadn't even looked at it. Such a person would certainly not inherit the sea god position. Although High Priestess Bo Saxi had immense reverence for the sea god, she also knew that the sea god's status in the god realm was certainly not as powerful as that of the Asura god. Lu Chen would not inherit the sea god position, and if he just sent someone over, High Priestess Bo Saxi might not necessarily approve of them. As the sole faith of marine creatures, the sea god was also a first-level god of the main god level. Not just anyone was qualified to inherit the god position. However, since it was recommended by Lu Chen, High Priestess Bo Saxi nodded reluctantly. "Then send them over. However, besides you, I cannot guarantee whether the sea god will be willing to let someone else inherit the god position." Lu Chen laughed. "It will definitely be fine. When the time comes, just communicate with the sea god. I believe the sea god will absolutely not refuse." Xiao Wu was a spirit beast in human form. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that any divinity would choose her as their successor. Zhu Zhuqing had a dark attribute and was also not suited for the upright sea god position. The only person around Lu Chen suitable to inherit the sea god position was Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan had the jade phosphorus dragon spirit, and the power of dragon attribute spirits was top tier among all spirits. Moreover, Dugu Yan had consumed the dragon origin fruit to improve her talent and possessed 6 pieces of spirit bone on her body: the head bone, left and right arm bones, left and right leg bones, and the external spirit bone 8 spider lances. She only lacked a torso spirit bone to complete the full set. Given Dugu Yan's talent, if the sea god didn't choose her, it would be the sea god's loss. Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle, the 3rd spirit ring at his feet flashed, and he unleashed Space Slash, cleaving a spatial rift in midair. He flashed and entered the spatial rift. Not until the spatial rift healed did High Priestess Bo Saxi reveal an expression of just waking from a dream. Everything that happened today felt like a dream to her. High Priestess Bo Saxi was nearly 150 years old, and in her long life, she had never experienced anything as thrilling as today. 2 of the 3 great spirit beast overlords of the near seas, the evil spirit Orca King and the deep sea demon Whale King, had both perished, becoming someone else's spirit ring and spirit bone. And then there was the Asura god, who had proactively offered the Asura god position, only to be rejected in the end. In a fit of shame and anger, he had wanted to silence the witness, but failed to kill him. Having experienced so many things, High Priestess Bo Saxi felt a momentary trance. "I hope this spirit master from the continent can really select a suitable successor for the sea god. If I can make one last contribution to the sea god before I die, I will be able to die without regrets." As her voice fell, High Priestess Bo Saxi stepped on the waves and departed. Meanwhile, at the Longevity sect, the sky split open, and Lu Chen walked out of the rift. Relying on the space-traversing ability of Space Slash, it took him only an instant to return to the Longevity sect from overseas. He released Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yan from the portable space, briefly explained his situation to the 2 women, and then entered the secret chamber alone. Lu Chen sat on the prayer mat, took a deep breath, and looked with burning eyes at the purple bead in his hand, his voice filled with endless expectation. Seed of Destruction, do not disappoint me. Chapter 259, Power of Creation. Chen moved his divine thought, using it to touch the seed of destruction in his hand. In an instant, the seed of destruction erupted with a rich purple light, emitting a destructive fluctuation capable of annihilating all things. The source of this destructive fluctuation was held right in Chen's hand, making even him feel terrified. This was the most fundamental law of destruction in the universe. Like a black hole, it rippled outwards, and wherever the ripples passed, even space itself rapidly disintegrated. Chen forcibly resisted the urge to throw the seed of destruction away. For the sake of this seed of destruction, he had even rejected the Asura god position that had been shoved into his arms. Now, even if this seed of destruction were a deadly poison coated in sugar, he still had to taste it. Within that rich purple light, the seed of destruction melted, turning into wisps of purple energy that passed through Chen's palm and entered his body. Absorbing the seed of destruction was a completely different experience from absorbing the seed of life. The seed of life contained abundant life energy. During the absorption process, Chen felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, feeling only relaxation as every cell in his body was nourished by the life energy, greatly enhancing his physical strength and his origin of life. Now, absorbing the seed of destruction, he only felt a tearing pain in his right hand, as his muscles, bones, and flesh were directly annihilated by that wave of destructive fluctuation. Then, his right hand completely lost all sensation. What is going on? Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He saw that his entire right hand was wrapped in a purple energy and had already completely lost all sensation. Even the pain had vanished. He could no longer even feel the existence of his right hand. Is this the power of the law of destruction? Even though my body has transformed into a divine body, it still cannot withstand the destruction of the law of destruction. The seed of destruction wouldn't directly decompose my body, would it? Soon, the purple energy continued to spread along the meridians of his right hand, toward his arm. Just like before, his arm first felt a tearing, excruciating pain, and immediately afterward, it completely lost all sensation. Cold sweat broke out on Chen's forehead, his face twisted in pain, and his body trembled. If not for his firm will, he would have been rolling on the ground by now. It hurts so much. This won't do. If this continues, before I can even absorb the seed of destruction, it will have already decomposed me. Chen gritted his teeth and roared lowly, his divine thought moving to erupt with all his spirit power. With a boom, like a volcanic eruption, the vast spirit power surged upward from his danshan, transforming into an angry dragon that rushed into his right arm. However, it was completely useless. His level 99 spirit power, upon contacting the energy of the seed of destruction, was instantly like a clay ox entering the sea, decomposed into nothingness by the law of destruction. This won't work. My spirit power cannot resist the law of destruction. To resist the law of destruction, I must rely on the law of life. Chen's divine thought turned rapidly, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. He no longer used his spirit power to resist the law of destruction, but instead channeled his spirit power into the seed of life, converting it into life divine power through the seed of life. The life divine power contained the most fundamental law of life in the great universe. Under Chen's guidance, the emerald green life divine power plunged straight into his right arm. The moment the green light and the purple light touched, an incredibly miraculous scene occurred. The originally violent purple energy, like a wild horse off its tether, suddenly became as if it had been bridled, starting to become docile. The purple energy continued to spread toward his torso, but it no longer caused him the tearing pain he had felt before. Bridled and tempered, the purple energy washed over his muscles, bones, flesh, and internal organs, causing every cell in his body to be greatly enhanced. That kind of improvement, breaking and then building anew, was the ultimate transformation. One must know that Lu Chen's body had already reached the level of a divine body, capable of killing a 100,000-year spirit beast with a casual punch. Under such circumstances, the law of destruction, after being tamed by the law of life, could still bring him such enhancement. How incredibly difficult that was. As for his right hand, which had initially been torn apart by the law of destruction, it regained its vitality under the nourishment of the law of life. Wisps of emerald light permeated into every cell, causing every cell to radiate new life. Lu Chen felt that his right arm finally had sensation again. He first wiggled his fingers, then lifted his entire arm and moved it around slightly, discovering that there was no abnormality at all. Only then did Lu Chen finally heave a sigh of relief. I almost thought my right hand was ruined. The law of destruction is indeed far more dangerous than the law of life. If not for the law of life taming the law of destruction, whether I could have survived the decomposition of the law of destruction would have been a question. Now that there is no danger to my life, I can finally safely comprehend the power of the law of destruction. Lu Chen moved his divine thought, dispersing it into every organ and every cell of his body, carefully comprehending the various changes brought about by the law of destruction. Time flowed like water, and Lu Chen entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He forgot himself and forgot that he was absorbing the seed of destruction, simply carefully comprehending the power of the seed of destruction. Under his observation, that purple energy was constantly emitting a ripple, and that ripple was the essence of the law of destruction. It was a power of decomposition. Any kind of matter, whether human or spirit beast, stone or vegetation, mountains and rivers, or all things in nature, was entirely composed of tiny particles. This power of decomposition could break down matter into its most initial tiny particles. And that emerald green energy was also constantly emitting a ripple. Completely opposite to the law of destruction, this ripple was the essence of the law of life, representing a power of aggregation. For any matter composed of tiny particles, the more abundant its origin of life, the higher its degree of aggregation. The specific manifestation of this was a long lifespan and a powerful physique. No matter how time washed over it, the aggregated matter was very difficult to decompose. Only the law of life, which possessed the power of aggregation, could restrain the law of destruction, which possessed the power of decomposition. And when the law of destruction and the law of life underwent fusion, the law of destruction decomposed matter into tiny particles, and the law of life aggregated tiny particles into matter. This process could even change the nature of matter, turning mithril into refined gold, turning vegetation into stone, turning dead objects into living things. The power after the fusion of the law of destruction and the law of life could destroy all things and then recreate them. And this was the power of creation. Lu Chen's body trembled all over. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a brand new world. A door to infinite possibilities had already opened for him. Chapter 260, Innate Tao Body. The originally dim underground secret chamber was now illuminated by a purple and green light. The source of this purple and green light was Lu Chen, who sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his entire body enveloped in the dual-colored radiance. The two colors of light flickered across his body, with purple light flaring up one moment and green light shimmering the next. His skin was translucent, possessing a jade-like luster, and under the transmission of the purple and green light, the contours of his bones and flesh were faintly visible. An invisible pressure radiated from within his body, causing the surrounding air to almost cease its flow. Now, having been tempered by the law of destruction, Lu Chen's physical strength had reached a new level. The 7 spirit bones within his body, through the smelting of the law of destruction, had completely eliminated the aura of the original spirit beast, fusing with his own skeleton into one, inseparable from each other. Inside his dantian, there was an emerald green bead, which was the seed of life, and a deep purple bead, which was the seed of destruction. The two beads attracted each other, but the two diametrically opposed powers of law prevented them from ever getting close. Under the pull of these two forces of attraction and repulsion, the two beads spun rapidly around each other, like a Taiji yin-yang fish. However, this Taiji yin-yang fish was not black and white, but purple and green. Chen moved his divine thought slightly. The Taiji emphasizes that there is yin within yang, and yang within yin. The law of life and the law of destruction can fuse into the power of creation. Therefore, the law of life should contain the law of destruction, and the law of destruction should contain the law of life. When that purple and green Taiji yin-yang fish spun to its limit, two fish eyes were conceived. Within the deep purple law of destruction, an emerald green fish eye was conceived, and within the emerald green law of life, a deep purple fish eye was conceived. As life and destruction merged, a seven-colored light suddenly erupted from the purple and green Taiji yin-yang fish. That seven-colored light was none other than the power of creation, born from the fusion of life and destruction. This was a power of miracles. The seven-colored light merged into Chen's body, and the thousands of cells within his body decomposed in an instant, only to aggregate again in an instant. Although his appearance seemed unchanged, earth-shaking changes had occurred within. Chen possessed a golden finger. He became stronger just by breathing. With every inhalation and exhalation, the energy of heaven and earth could be drawn into his body, transforming into streams of warmth that nourished him. This was the key to Chen's ability to cultivate. Otherwise, with only the two spirits passed down by his parents, the black iron sickle and the blue silver grass, he would have been destined to farm in the village for his entire life. The essence of this golden finger was Chen's special constitution. If one were to give it a name, it could be called the innate Tao body. His body was innately close to the energy of heaven and earth. Even if he did nothing, the energy of heaven and earth would be attracted to him, merging into his body and nourishing it. If he were in another world with corresponding cultivation techniques to practice, Chen's innate Tao body would be capable of reaching the Emperor realm or the Saint realm. Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share. Placed in the Douluo Continent, Chen practiced basic meditation methods, which could not bring out the true potential of the innate Tao body at all. But just now, under the stimulation of the power of creation, his innate Tao body had finally unleashed its true potential. In an instant, the entire underground secret chamber trembled violently, and streams of earth core origin Kai, dense beyond imagination, gushed out from the ground. This earth core origin Kai could be called the source of all things in the Douluo Continent. It was the origin Kai of the Douluo Continent plane, from which all elemental energies, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, differentiated. Usually, the earth core origin Kai was hidden deep within the core of the Douluo Continent plane. But at this moment, under the traction of the activated innate Tao body, this earth core origin Kai erupted like a volcano, filling the underground secret chamber and surrounding Chen, forming clouds of energy. As Chen inhaled and exhaled, the cloud-like energy was drawn into his body. Meanwhile, in the outside world up in the firmament, the sun, which had just risen from the east and was not yet too scorching, suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance, shining toward the direction of the longevity sect. The moon, which had already been gradually fatting and setting in the west, once again bloomed with radiance, as if suspended in midair, and erupted with a cold, clear light, shining toward the direction of the longevity sect. In addition to the sun and moon, the stars in the sky appeared one after another, and the starlight power of various attributes erupted with distinct, colorful radiance, all shining together toward the direction of the longevity sect. This abnormal celestial phenomenon instantly alarmed Douluo. He came out of the room, soared into the sky, and seeing the sun and moon shining together with the stars appearing across the sky, he was stunned. His lips moved, and after a long while he let out a voice filled with shock. A divine miracle. The disciples of the Longevity sect and the students of the Longevity Academy, under this abnormal celestial phenomenon, knelt on the ground one after another, calling it a divine miracle with fanatical expressions. The solar essence erupted from the sun, the lunar radiance from the moon, and the starlight power from the stars all gathered at the Longevity sect, making the Longevity sect appear like a blessed land of immortals. However, although the energy was dense, it was too chaotic and mottled, and ordinary people would not dare to absorb it at all. The solar essence, lunar radiance, and starlight directly penetrated through layers of obstacles, arriving in the underground secret chamber where Lu Chen was in seclusion, manifesting all kinds of strange phenomena. As Lu Chen inhaled and exhaled, the Earth Core Origin Kai, solar essence, lunar radiance, starlight, all kinds of energy were drawn into his body, and relying on his innate Tao body, he absorbed and refined all of this energy. In just one breath, in less than 5 seconds, his cultivation increased by 10 years. Calculating it this way, 1 second adds 2 years of cultivation. 1 minute adds 120 years of cultivation. 1 hour adds 7,200 years of cultivation. 1 day adds 172,800 years of cultivation. 1 year adds 63,072,000 years of cultivation. As long as Lu Chen's innate Tao body remained in an activated state, in just 1 year, Lu Chen could possess 60 million years of cultivation. What a terrifying thing this was. A million-year spirit beast could be called a divine beast. Once he possessed 60 million years of cultivation, wouldn't he be able to punch the dragon god, stomp on the 5 great god kings, and become the sole dominator ruling the god realm? Lu Chen was still completely unaware of this. He was completely immersed in an ocean of various energies. Under the stimulation of the power of creation, his innate Tao body was in an activated state, and he was extremely close to all kinds of energy between heaven and earth. The Earth Core Origin Kai, solar essence, lunar radiance, starlight, all kinds of energy were drawn into his body, and they never clashed with each other. Almost without him needing to deliberately refine them, they could merge into his spirit power. However, Lu Chen soon encountered a problem. His spirit power was stuck at level 99, and because he did not have a god position, he could not break through to level 100. He had no idea how to store the spirit power that was rapidly surging within his body. Chapter 261, Modifying Spirit Rings. Oh no! Lu Chen inwardly cried out in alarm. Without breaking through to rank 100, it was impossible to store more spirit power. The surging spirit power within his body was about to overflow. Enveloped by waves of 7-colored light, Lu Chen furrowed his sword-like brows deeply. Watching the refined spirit power about to overflow from his body was truly more unbearable to him than being killed. After all, Lu Chen possessed the wildfires cannot destroy it. The spring breeze brings it back to life, spirit ability, allowing him to resurrect even if he died. But spirit power that overflowed from his body would no longer belong to him. Lu Chen's divine thought spun rapidly, jumping thousands of times in every instant. It seemed as though he had been thinking for a long time, but in reality, it was only a fleeting moment. He had found a solution. In the worldview of the Douluo Continent, the meta-answer of the first Douluo series was the God Trial. Once participating in a God Trial, one could obtain various rewards, including increasing spirit power, increasing the age of spirit rings, and rewarding God-bestowed spirit rings. Divinities were described as omnipotent existences. Lu Chen was not a divinity right now, but he possessed divine force within him, and not just ordinary divine force. He had life divine power, destruction divine force, and the power of creation born from the fusion of life divine power and destruction divine force. Lu Chen possessed the power of creation, which could be called a miraculous power. Solving the problem of having too much spirit power with nowhere to store it was simple. With a movement of his divine thought, his first spirit condensed and emerged. A crystal-clear blue-silver emperor, radiating rich life fluctuations with golden patterns covering its roots and veins, materialized out of thin air before him. Beneath him, 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, rose up one after another. Lu Chen raised his hand, grabbed, and released. A surge of 7-colored light condensed in his palm. This shimmering 7-colored light was then struck into his 9 spirit rings. In an instant, his 9 spirit rings, whether they were the purple 1,000-year spirit rings, the black 10,000-year spirit rings, or the red 100,000-year spirit rings, were all dyed into a 7-colored hue under the influence of that 7-colored light. Bang, 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 bang. The next instant, 9 dull, cracking sounds resonated throughout the underground secret chamber. His 9 spirit rings, starting from the first, shattered one after another until the 9th spirit ring. All 9 spirit rings exploded, and the energy contained within them stirred up storms within the underground secret chamber. Under the impact of the chaotic energy, the walls trembled, the floor cracked, and the entire underground secret chamber was teetering on the edge of collapse. Lu Chen let out a low shout, "Condense!" His divine thought surged frantically, as if his words commanded the law. The rampant spirit ring energy, under the gathering of the 7-colored light, quickly tightened and recondensed into the shape of spirit rings. This was the decomposition and aggregation effect of the power of creation. Lu Chen preferred to call it molecular reconstruction. From the first spirit ring to the 9th, the spirit ring energy that had been ravaging the underground secret chamber recondensed and took shape one after another. It appeared no different from before, still the same 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that these 9 rhythmically pulsing spirit rings were expanding and contracting with a strange cadence, as if a heart were beating regularly, seemingly possessing life. Now, these 9 spirit rings of Lu Chen were like 9 hungry little beasts, begging their master, Lu Chen, for food to fill their bellies. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded. Having been modified by Lu Chen through the power of creation and endowed with a certain degree of life, although they had not birthed a soul, they now possessed growth potential. In short, these 9 spirit rings of Lu Chen's blue-silver Emperor Martial soul had all been modified into existences similar to innate spirit rings. He could feed them spirit power to increase the age of these innate spirit rings, and there was almost no upper limit. The more spirit power he fed them, the higher the age of the spirit rings would increase. 1,000-year spirit rings upgrading to 10,000-year spirit rings, 10,000-year spirit rings upgrading to 100,000-year spirit rings, and 100,000-year spirit rings upgrading to million-year spirit rings. Everything was possible. For anyone else, the most difficult part would be accumulating spirit power. But for Lu Chen, his innate Tao body, after being awakened, made cultivating as simple as eating and drinking water. Just breathing could increase his spirit power, granting him 60 million years of cultivation in a single year. He had so much spirit power that his body simply couldn't store it all. And this was exactly Lu Chen's goal. He fed all the spirit power that his body couldn't store to these 9 spirit rings of his. The spirit rings with the lowest age Lu Chen possessed were all purple 1,000-year spirit rings. Increasing their age by a few years or a dozen years made no noticeable difference. But if the age kept increasing by 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 or 100,000 years, it would be able to significantly increase the power of his spirit ability. This could be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only found a storage place for the excess spirit power in Lu Chen's body, but also enhanced the power of his spirit ability. Ever since Lu Chen broke through to rank 99 Super Douluo, he had been less than satisfied with the 9 spirit rings of his first martial soul. 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. In the worldview of the first Douluo series, this spirit ring configuration was indeed shocking. But in the later Douluo II, Douluo III, and Douluo IV, this spirit ring configuration couldn't be called top tier at all. Now it was different. Chen could use the excess spirit power in his body to increase the age of the 9 spirit rings of his first martial soul. Soon, the 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red spirit ring configuration would completely become a thing of the past. He could possess all 100,000-year spirit rings, or even all million-year spirit rings. With this foundation, as long as Chen became a divinity, he might even have the hope of breaking through to the god-king realm in one go. A sharp glint flashed in Chen's eyes. My life has been like walking on thin ice. Born in a common family in Saint Spirit Village, my parents were nothing but farmers. Fortunately, I arrived through transmigration and possessed a golden finger that made me stronger just by breathing, which is how I walked step by step to where I am now. Along the way, the enemies who stood against me were countless. Tang San snatched my work-study student's spot, but now he has been killed by me, and even his sect, the Clear Sky sect, has been completely destroyed by me. Ning Fengzhai led people to intercept and kill me. Now, Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong have all perished, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school has also been disbanded by me. And there's Zhu Yi Bibai Dong. Zhu Yi is dead, and Bibai Dong is crippled. I never claim to be righteous. What I believe in is blood for blood, tooth for tooth. The Asura god controlled the Asura demon sword, attempting to slaughter me on the sea. This hatred is irreconcilable, but he is the high and mighty god-king of the god realm, the law enforcer of the god realm. Originally, in my plan, after breaking through to become a divinity, I would still need to cultivate for many years before I could go and fight the Asura god to the death. Now it seems, at the moment I become a divinity, I will have the qualifications to compete with the Asura god. Thinking of this, Chen began to focus on cultivating, breathing in the energy of heaven and earth to transform it into his own spirit power. Among his 9 spirit rings, the first 3 purple spirit rings, as Chen fed them spirit power, were becoming deeper and deeper in color. Chapter 262, Imperial Reaction. The sun and moon shining in unison, the stars revealing themselves to the world. This extravagant phenomenon was naturally noticed by all the various factions across the continent. First, let us focus our gaze on Heaven-Dew City. Within the Heaven-Dew Imperial Palace, atop a magnificent gate tower, Zhu Beng and Zhu Exing, this uncle and nephew pair, had been drawn to the tower, where they stood gazing together in the direction of the longevity sect. The attendants and palace maids surrounding them, faced with such a soul-stirring phenomenon, had already knelt to the ground one after another, their eyes filled with shock and their faces flushed with fanatical fervor as they cried out, "A miracle!" The only ones who did not kneel were Zhu Beng and Zhu Exing. On Zhu Exing's aged face, deep wrinkles formed exaggerated curves as he gestured wildly, lacking even a shred of the composure expected of a regent of the Heaven-Dew Empire. His voice even turned shrill with excitement. "Heaven bless your majesty. Truly, heaven bless your majesty." The source of this phenomenon is the longevity sect. It must be that His Excellency Changsheng of the longevity sect has achieved yet another great breakthrough in his strength, which is why it has triggered such a celestial manifestation. Your Majesty, this is a blessing for our Heaven-Dew Empire. With His Excellency Changsheng presiding over the Heaven-Dew Empire, our empire will surely be as stable as Mount Tai. Neither the Star Luo Empire nor the Spirit Hall will ever dare to covet our territory again. From now on, we uncle and nephew can enjoy glory and wealth. It is a good thing, a truly magnificent thing, Your Majesty. Let us make arrangements shortly to send a gift to His Excellency Changsheng of the longevity sect. We must let His Excellency Changsheng know that we have always been deeply grateful for his kindness. Your Majesty, your ascension to the throne of the Heaven-Dew Empire could not have happened without the support of His Excellency Changsheng. His kindness is a debt we can never fully repay. Zhu Xing was that kind of person. He sought great achievements but was afraid of risk. When Lu Chen had originally asked him if he was willing to be emperor, he had been too timid and cowardly to answer. He was quick to abandon righteousness for petty gains. Because Zhu Beng had promised to share the Heaven Du Empire with him after ascending the throne, he had betrayed Zhu Yi and given his full support to Zhu Beng. Because of these two flaws, he could never be emperor. However, Zhu Xing did have one merit. He was capable of assessing the situation and possessed a certain degree of self-awareness. As long as Lu Chen's strength remained sufficient, he would never dare to oppose him. Hearing Zhu Xing say this, Zhu Beng's mouth twitched. Recently, by employing various political maneuvers, winning over one faction while suppressing another, he had successfully cultivated a group of loyal supporters among the civil and military officials of the Heaven Du Empire. As his position grew increasingly secure, the imperial majesty he exuded also became more profound. At this moment, Zhu Beng gazed toward the direction of the longevity sect, his hand gripping the edge of the tower, trembling slightly. Deep within his eyes, a trace of disgust emerged. For any ambitious emperor, having someone riding on his head was more unbearable than death itself. Zhu Beng was exactly such a person. He had ambition and grand aspirations. Back when his position on the throne had not yet been secure, Lu Chen was an asset he could leverage. Now that he had gradually solidified his hold on the throne, Lu Chen had instead become a threat to his imperial authority. After all, Lu Chen had been able to kill his father, Zhu Yi, and his older brother Zhu Qinghe to elevate him, Zhu Beng, to the throne. This meant that if Lu Chen wished, he could just as easily kill him, Zhu Beng, and elevate any other member of the Heaven Du imperial family to become the Heaven Du emperor. Whenever Zhu Beng thought of this possibility, he felt as if a giant hand were tightly gripping his heart, leaving him completely unable to breathe. I am the emperor of the Heaven Du Empire. I absolutely will not allow anyone to replace me. Father, I somewhat understand you now. It turns out that things were not easy for you back then. No wonder you were willing to form an alliance with the Clear Sky sect. With a guy like Lu Chen, who treats imperial power as a plaything, lurking nearby like a tiger watching its prey. As the emperor of the Heaven Du Empire, you must have been constantly restless. Now I feel it too. Lu Chen is like a thorn, deeply embedded in my flesh. Ordinary methods are simply unable to extract it, and this thorn is growing even deeper. With Lu Chen triggering such a phenomenon, his strength has become even more terrifying. Father, I will continue to endure. Please watch over me from heaven. As long as I can find an opportunity, I will definitely pull out this thorn embedded in my body. Lu Chen is arrogant and domineering. He previously had a fierce falling out with the Spirit Hall. He has offended so many people that sooner or later, he will be attacked by everyone. As long as we wait for that moment, we, the Heaven Du imperial family, will strike him a fatal blow from behind. Zhu Beng took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions deep within his heart. He turned to look at Zhu Exing, his face wearing an expression of sincerity and pleasant surprise. Second uncle, I must trouble you to make a trip yourself. Please select some precious treasures from the Heaven Du Empire's national treasury and send them to His Excellency Changsheng. His Excellency Changsheng is our great benefactor and also the backer for us uncle and nephew. We must not neglect him. We must ensure he is well served. You are right. The kindness of His Excellency Changsheng is a debt we cannot repay. We must let him know that we have always been grateful to him. As Zhu Beng spoke, his eyes were sincere. It is likely no one would have guessed that, in his heart, he was both hateful and terrified of Lu Chen, fearing that one day Lu Chen might suddenly kill him and elevate another member of the imperial family to the throne. Zhu Xing did not detect the slight gnashing of teeth in Zhu Beng's voice when he mentioned his great benefactor, or His Excellency Changsheng. He placed his right hand over his heart, bowed, and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. This old subject has some friendship with the poison Douluo of the longevity sect. Even if I cannot see His Excellency Changsheng, I can first meet with the poison Douluo. As long as our etiquette is thorough, His Excellency Changsheng will surely see our sincerity." After saying this, Prince Zhu Xing turned and left. He was going to the Heavendu Empire's national treasury to personally select some presentable treasures. Zhu Beng watched Prince Zhu Xing's departing figure, a sense of alienation and coldness revealing itself deep within his eyes. In order to ascend the throne, he had once promised Zhu Xing that he would share the Heavendu Empire with him. Therefore, after ascending the throne, he had appointed Zhu Xing as regent. Now that his position on the throne was secure, the more he looked at Zhu Xing, the more displeased he felt. An emperor should hold absolute power, yet now he had a regent sharing the authority that belonged solely to the emperor. Zhu Beng was certainly unwilling to accept this in his heart. Although he and Zhu Xing shared a bond as uncle and nephew, and Zhu Xing had protected him for a long time in the past, teaching him to endure, teaching him to act like a playboy, and teaching him how to survive until the very end. That was the only reason he had the chance to become the emperor of the Heavendu Empire. But that was all in the past. As emperor, the thing Zhu Beng could least tolerate was his imperial power being shared. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, slowly opened them again. "Second uncle, I truly hope you can be a bit smarter and retire while you are still ahead. Wouldn't that be better? If you make things difficult for me, then I will have to be sorry to you. When the country is in danger, one thinks of capable generals. I wonder where such a capable general who could help me keep Liu Chen in check might be right now." Chapter 263, Spirit Ancestor Tang San. Just as Zhu Beng was obsessing over recruiting capable generals to keep Liu Chen in check. In Heavendu City, Shrek Academy, Tang San and his teacher Yu Xiaoging both looked toward the direction of the longevity sect. Their expressions were identical, as dismal as if they had just lost their parents. Tang San's complexion was deathly pale, yet his lips were as vivid as fresh blood, and an intense, heavy scent of blood emanated from him. That bloody scent did not come from his body, but from the spirit power within his meridians and dantian. Originally, because Tang San practiced the Taoist mysterious heaven skill, his spirit power was neutral and balanced, appearing milky white. However, now, due to cultivating by absorbing blood, the blood had seeped into his marrow, and his spirit power had turned blood red. In fact, by now, anyone could see that something had gone wrong with Tang San's cultivation. He practiced the blue-silver grass martial soul, yet he reeked of blood. Flender even suspected Tang San, wondering if he had a connection to Zhao Wuji's disappearance. If not for his brotherly relationship with Yu Xiaoging, Flender would have already seized Tang San for interrogation. But after all, Tang San was Yu Xiaoging's disciple. Flender had mentioned it to Yu Xiaoging, but Yu Xiaoging firmly believed that his disciple would absolutely never harm a teacher of the academy. Under Yu Xiaoging's interference, even though Flender's teeth itched with hatred whenever he saw Tang San now, he never truly took action against him. Ever since Tang San began cultivating by absorbing blood, although the energy conversion efficiency was only 1%, the massive number of spirit beasts he hunted still allowed him to rapidly break through to the 40th level of spirit power. Now Tang San had already absorbed his 4th spirit ring, a 7000-year man faced demon spider, obtaining the demon spider spike skill. Even more fortunately, Tang San had managed to obtain another external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, from this 7000-year man faced demon spider. It had to be said, the man-faced demon spider spirit beast really had a damn connection with Tang San. The first time he hunted a 2000-year man-faced demon spider spirit beast, he got an external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. The second time he hunted a 7000-year man-faced demon spider spirit beast, he got another external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Relying on the devouring ability of the 8 spider lances, Tang San's cultivation improved rapidly. His spirit power had now reached the 43rd level. Originally, he was quite pleasantly surprised. He thought that once his spirit power reached the 50th level, not only could his blue silver grass martial soul attach its first 10,000-year spirit ring, but his clear sky hammer martial soul could also attach its first 10,000-year spirit ring. Relying on the talent of his twin spirits, he would be able to completely take off from then on. He would become the second Liu Chen on the continent. As a result, reality gave Tang San a harsh slap in the face. He wasn't the only one improving. Liu Chen was improving as well. Although he was chasing fast enough, Liu Chen had not been waiting in place either. Liu Chen had triggered a celestial phenomenon. The sun, moon, and stars were all radiating brilliance, converging upon the longevity sect. What kind of realm was this? It had already exceeded Tang San's imagination. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily. His fists clenched and loosened, before he finally looked at Yu Xiaogang in despair. Teacher, we both have twin spirits. Why is the gap between me and Liu Chen so large? In this lifetime, do I really still have a chance to catch up to him? Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San's longing for Xiao Wu grew wildly in his heart like weeds. She was his childhood white moonlight. Yu Xiaogang regretted it so damn much in his heart. If he had known back then, he would have taken Liu Chen as his disciple. If Liu Chen were his disciple, he could proudly announce at this moment, I, Yu Xiaogang, have cultivated a super Douluo. Without his guidance, Liu Chen could become a super Douluo. With his guidance, wouldn't Liu Chen have become a god at level 100? Unfortunately, everything was too late now. Having been short-sighted at the time and failing to see Liu Chen's hidden talent, Yu Xiaogang now beat his chest and stomped his feet in regret whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep. Hearing Tang San's question, Yu Xiaogang shook his head vigorously, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. His sunk cost was already too great. If Tang San could not grow up, then he, Yu Xiaogang, would have lost everything. This was something Yu Xiaogang could not accept at all. Yu Xiaogang acted like a madman, extending his hands and pressing them onto Tang San's shoulders. His eyes were bloodshot. His face showing madness, using words he himself didn't even believe to encourage Tang San. Little San, you can definitely do it. Don't forget, your second martial soul is the clear sky hammer, the world's strongest assault-type martial soul. Right now, it just doesn't have spirit rings attached. Once you attach all 10,000-year spirit rings to it, you will surpass your father, the Clear Sky Douluo, and even surpass all the titled Douluo of your Clear Sky sect. Even in the Clear Sky sect, there isn't a single titled Douluo who would attach all 10,000-year spirit rings to the Clear Sky Hammer. Liu Chen killed your father and destroyed your sect. With such deep hatred, you have no choice but to fight to the end. Little San, build up your confidence. Teacher will always support you. Tang San nodded heavily, lowering his eyes slightly, the scarlet light in the depths of his eyes growing deeper. Recently in the Sunset Forest, he had not only been hunting spirit beasts to drain their blood. Once he caught a lone spirit master, he would not hesitate to kill them and absorb their blood for cultivation. This greatly increased Tang San's cultivation efficiency. Xiao Wu, endure a little longer. Once I have fully developed, I will rescue you from Liu Chen's hands. To live, one must have a goal. If Tang San didn't set a goal for himself now, he would be no different from a walking corpse. The huge gap between reality and his dreams forced Tang San to fantasize that Xiao Wu was still waiting for him to save her. Otherwise, he feared he would suffer a mental breakdown. At the same time, Spirit Hall. Qian Dailiu arrived at the plaza, looking up at the sun with his head held high. His expression was fearful and trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. Son, Even you are shedding your brilliance upon Lu Chen. Could it be that you have abandoned the angel god? The angel god is also known as the god of light. The sun is the source of the angel god's power. The angel god's most powerful means is the sun true fire absorbed from the sun, which can incinerate all darkness and filth in the world. Therefore, now that Qian Daolu saw the sun's brilliance shining upon the longevity sect, he was so emotionally agitated. With a wave of his large sleeves, he turned around instantly, returning to the elder hall with a determined expression. He had decided, not only would he give his granddaughter the green light during the Angel 9 trials, he would also invoke the angel divine power to baptize his granddaughter and accelerate her cultivation improvement. Lu Chen's strength was growing too rapidly. Even if Qian Daolu used the angel divine power, he still could not deal with Lu Chen. Now that the other party had triggered the sun's brilliance, he feared that he had also embarked on the path to becoming a god. If his granddaughter could not become a god before him, he feared that the sun's authority in the future would be completely snatched away by Lu Chen. Qian Daolu's expression was resolute. He believed the angel god would understand him. Even if he were never reincarnated after his death, he could not tolerate the angel god's sun authority being snatched away by another divinity. Not long after, the angelic sacred sword in the hands of the angel statue was summoned away by Qian Daolu. To mobilize the angel divine power and baptize Qian Rengsu, the angelic sacred sword had to be used as a medium. Only the angelic sacred sword could invoke the angel divine power. But this also triggered a problem. Without the angelic sacred sword to suppress her, with her current strength, ordinary titled Douluo or even super Douluo could not stop her. Bibai Dong opened her eyes, which were filled with resentment, hatred, and disgust, and muttered in a low voice. Finally, I have waited for this opportunity. Chapter 264, 6 Black and 3 Red. In addition, the clan chiefs or sect masters of other factions, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Sacred Dragon Sect, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect, looked toward the direction of the Longevity Sect, remaining silent. As fellow members of the 7 great sects, they only felt as if they were merely there to make up the numbers. If one were to speak of dividing them into the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, it was clearly just the upper 1 sect and the lower 6 sects. At present, in the Spirit Master's world, the only entity capable of standing in the same tier as the Longevity Sect was Spirit Hall. Perhaps they should combine the Longevity Sect and Spirit Hall into a group, calling it the 1 Sect and 1 Hall. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan Sacred Dragon Sect, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect, they could separately form a group of the 6 great sects of the Spirit Master's world. Among them, the Sacred Dragon Sect was originally a subordinate faction of Spirit Hall, and the Sacred Dragon Sect Master, Chuobazai, was one of the 9 elders of Spirit Hall. In order to increase the influence of Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu had sent Chuobazai out, allowing him to take the Sacred Dragon Sect to participate in the election of the 7 great sects. Although they successfully seized the position of the 3rd greatest sect in the world, hardly anyone paid them any attention. Because all attention had been drawn to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, all by himself, had single-handedly crushed all the supreme elders of Spirit Hall, including Qian Daolu. Facing such an explosive event, the Sacred Dragon Sect becoming the 3rd greatest sect in the world seemed like an insignificant trifle. Meanwhile, in the far-off Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Emperor had a resolute face and a murderous gaze. Possessing the white tiger spirit, he was born with an aura of kingly dominance. Wearing a crown and draped in magnificent robes, he stood high on the city tower, head held high, staring at the strange phenomenon in the sky, somewhat lost in thought. The sun and moon shone together, and the stars manifested in the world. No matter where one was on the continent, this strange phenomenon could be seen. and the source of this phenomenon came from the Heaven-Dew Empire in the north. The Star Luo Emperor was somewhat rattled, and his voice, deep like a tiger's roar, rang out. In a place like the Heaven-Dew Empire, the military is lax, the nobles are arrogant and indulgent, and the imperial family's control over the empire is a complete mess. Unlike our Star Luo Empire, where every generation of emperors has been a heroic ruler striving for prosperity, keeping the domestic nobles in line, and constantly promoting fresh blood into the army, making the military strictly disciplined and combat-hardened. No matter how you look at it, our Star Luo Empire is superior to the Heaven-Dew Empire. So why is it that our Star Luo Empire cannot produce such a powerful expert? If not for the lack of high-level combat power, our Star Luo Empire would have long since flattened the Heaven-Dew Empire and completed the unification of the entire Douluo Continent. One continent, two empires. If not for the meddlesome spirit hall back then, this situation of North-South division would have ended long ago. It seems I must try to make contact with that longevity sect master. If I can get him to join the Star Luo Empire, with his help in dealing with Spirit Hall, our Star Luo Empire flattening the Heaven-Dew Empire would just be a matter of time. On the Douluo Continent, even for a super Douluo, life has its limits. As long as that longevity sect master is alive, he can be granted a special status for the longevity sect. Once the longevity sect master grows old and dies, the future monarchs of the Star Luo Empire can revoke all special statuses granted to the longevity sect. By then, this continent will have only one master, and that will be our Star Luo royal family. The Star Luo Emperor was ambitious. He had thought of a strategy to win over Chen, as well as a method to deal with him. Dealing with Chen, it could not rely on force, it needed to rely on time. After their Star Luo Empire used Chen's power to unify the continent, they could use the lifespans of 3 or even 5 generations of emperors to slowly wait Chen out until he died, and then they could begin to clear away the longevity sect as a hidden danger. A beautiful thought. Unfortunately, the result might not be as he wished. Chen did not yet know that the strange phenomenon he had triggered by activating his innate Tao body had caused various factions to harbor all sorts of different petty schemes. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. Chen already possessed the strength to flatten the continent. Now, the only one who could be regarded as an enemy by him was the Asura god of the god realm. One day later, the various strange phenomena dissipated, and the hundreds of millions of commoners on the Douluo Continent felt as if this day had been a dream. The sun and the moon had actually appeared in the same sky, and even though it was broad daylight, star after star in the sky shone even brighter than they did at night. When all this dissipated, the hundreds of millions of commoners seemed to wake from a dream, and they all believed this was a divine miracle. It was fortunate that Chen did not need to rely on faith to become a god. Otherwise, this would have been a great opportunity to harvest faith. Longevity sect, underground secret chamber. Shrouded in 7-colored light, Chen had 9 spirit rings pulsing up and down around him. Now, his 9 spirit rings had completely changed. Originally, there had been 9 spirit rings consisting of 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. But now, they had become 9 spirit rings consisting of 6 black and 3 red. The first to the 6th spirit rings were all 10,000-year spirit rings of black color. The 7th to the 9th spirit rings were 100,000-year spirit rings, emitting a dazzling blood-colored light. After Chen activated his innate Tao body and cultivated for a day, his cultivation had increased by a total of 172,800 years. His body could not contain so much spirit power, so he had distributed this spirit power equally among the 9 spirit rings. Now, each spirit ring had increased by 19,200 years of cultivation. Among them, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd spirit rings had increased by 19,200 years of cultivation and successfully transformed into 10,000-year spirit rings. In addition, the 7th spirit ring, which was originally an 85,000-year blue-silver king spirit ring, had increased by 19,200 years of cultivation and successfully transformed into a 100,000-year spirit ring. Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, which stirred up a storm in the underground secret chamber, instantly causing dust to fly and floor tiles to be lifted into the air. As he opened his pair of azure eyes, which were radiating sharp light, he moved his divine thought and retracted his aura, finally calming the raging storm. Glancing forward, Chen looked at the 9 spirit rings pulsing around him, the 6 black and 3 red ones, and his heart was also surging with emotion. My gains this time are truly massive. Gathering the seed of life and the seed of destruction, and fusing them into the power of creation, has almost pointed me toward a path to becoming a supreme god king. My choice was correct. The seed of destruction is indeed more suitable for me than the Asura god position. What is even more surprising is that it turns out my golden finger, which makes me stronger just by breathing, is because of my unique physique, which is naturally close to energy of all attributes, allowing the energy of heaven and earth to be absorbed into my body with every breath. This physique of mine, no matter which world it is placed in, is a path to becoming a top-tier expert. Placing it on the Douluo Continent plane is truly a bit of a waste of talent. But the good thing about this world is that once you become a god, you can live forever. Compared to other great universes, immortality is also a not insignificant temptation. In just one day, my 9 spirit rings have transformed into 6 black and 3 red. If this continues, it won't take many days for me to possess all 100,000-year spirit rings. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to possess all million-year spirit rings. I have 2 spirits, totaling 18 spirit rings. With 18 million-year level spirit rings, possessing such deep foundations, as soon as I break through and become a god, I will be able to become a god king-level expert. Asura, just wash your neck clean in the god realm, and wait for me to bring the black iron sickle to cut off your head. The black iron sickle has evolved into a divine rank spirit, so continuing to use this name is very low class. It would be better if, from now on, the black iron sickle is renamed the Destruction War Scythe. Renaming it was also Chen's way of expressing gratitude to the god of destruction for gifting him the seed of destruction. Chapter 265, Moi. Underground secret chamber. Chen stood up and stretched, his bones cracking like popping beans. He retracted his blue-silver Emperor Martial soul, and the 9 spirit rings, 6 black and 3 red, dissipated into the air one by one. With a flash, he vanished from the underground secret chamber. Back in the outside world, on the plaza in front of the main peak, Douluo had been waiting there. Upon seeing Chen, he hurried over in 2 or 3 strides, his eyes burning, his expression excited, and he asked in a hurried tone, Chen, you caused such a huge commotion. Are you about to become a god? Chen nodded with a smile. I've only found the path to becoming a god. To truly become a god, it will take at least another year or so. Douluo gasped. Becoming a god in a year or so, if anyone else said that, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. But since Chen said it, Douluo believed it 100%. Level 100, to become a god. This ethereal legend, Douluo, actually had the hope of witnessing it with his own eyes. Good. You say you can become a god in a year or so. I believe you can definitely do it. Douluo rambled on. After you become a god, you must take Yan to become a god too. As for this old man, you don't need to worry about me. In this life, being able to break through to level 98 is already satisfying enough. I dare not hope to become a god myself. Douluo cared most about Yan, not himself. Right. Douluo seemed to suddenly remember something. After you all went out to sea last time, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo from Spirit Hall came to our longevity sect. saying they wanted to serve as the left and right protectors of our longevity sect. They are elders of Spirit Hall, holding high positions and great power. Suddenly running over to join our longevity sect, I feel they don't have good intentions. I settled them in the city at the foot of the mountain and set up a circle of poison arrays around them. Now that you're back, how do you think we should deal with them? Hearing this, Chen slapped his own forehead. Brother Douluo, I forgot to tell you. I have a spirit ability that can control plant spirit beasts and those who possess plant spirits. Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit, Tang San chrysanthemum, is a plant spirit. He has already been controlled by me and is 100% loyal to me. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are close friends. With Chrysanthemum Douluo defecting to me, Ghost Douluo would not dare to betray me either. It was I who asked them to come to our longevity sect to serve as the left and right protectors respectively. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo can perform a spirit fusion skill, the two-phase stasis domain. With the defection of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, our longevity sect is even more impregnable. Go bring them over. From now on, they are part of our longevity sect. Douluo's eyes widened, too shocked to speak, so that was how it was. To think there was a spirit ability that could control a titled Douluo. But since Chen said it, there was certainly no problem. Douluo rubbed his hands excitedly. I'll go arrange it right away. After saying this, Douluo turned and left. He knew the capabilities of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. As long as they truly defected, Douluo would be very welcoming. Watching Douluo's back disappear, Chen pondered for a moment and decided to visit Xiao Wu. After returning from overseas, he had immediately begun absorbing the seed of destruction. Now that he had finished absorbing it, it was time to visit Xiao Wu. Chen moved his divine thought and found Xiao Wu's location. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and he smiled relaxedly. With a flash of his figure, he vanished from the spot. At this time, Xiao Wu was cultivating in a forest mimicry environment. Because Xiao Wu was worried about her mother, Ru, she had brought her along with her. Amidst the high and low interlacing bushes, two women, one big, one small with 90% similarity, were sitting cross-legged on the lawn, meditating. The older one was Ru, and the younger one was Xiao Wu. Ru's soul had not been repaired, so she had not yet regained her own consciousness. She was just imitating Xiao Wu. Whoosh, whoosh. A breeze blew, and the leaves rustled as they rubbed against each other. On the previously empty lawn, a tall and straight figure appeared in an instant. It was Chen. Xiao Wu's nose twitched, as if she sensed something. She exited her meditation state, opened her beautiful eyes, and immediately saw Chen standing in front of her. Boss Chen. Xiao Wu shouted, with a pleasantly surprised look on her pretty face. Her long, slender legs exerted force, and she sprang up from the lawn. Perhaps because she was too excited, she jumped directly into Chen's arms. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and her legs wrapped around his waist, clinging to Chen like an octopus. Boss Chen, I missed you so much. Hey, did you miss me? Looking at Xiao Wu, it seemed she wished she could fuse herself into Chen's body. Chen raised his hand and gently patted Xiao Wu's back, as if coaxing a child, and said in a doting tone, I did, so after I finished my closed-door cultivation, I came to see you right away. Upon hearing this, pink hearts appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes. She was already love-struck. A couple of doting words from Chen were enough to turn her into a ditz. She giggled foolishly, rubbing her cheek against Chen's body, like a pet raised at home, full of affection for its master. Chen held Xiao Wu in his arms. Looking down, his gaze met Ru's. Ru's eyes were unfocused, still in that silly, dazed state. He thought to himself, through the power of creation, I can use Ru's remnant soul to remold a new soul for her. But would this remolded soul still count as the original soul? Never mind, I'll use the sacred soul grass instead. I'll use the sacred soul grass to repair A Ru's soul. Thinking of this, Chen patted Xiao Wu's back again. Xiao Wu, get down from me first. I'm going to the Ice and Fire Valley to see how much the sacred soul grass has grown. Only when the sacred soul grass grows up sooner can your mother be cured sooner. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately turned red. Chen was just too good to her. Not only did he come to visit her first thing, but he was also worried about letting her mother recover as soon as possible. Boss Chen. Xiao Wu's voice choked up slightly. You are just too good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Xiao Wu pursed her lips, her eyes burning with intense, surging love, and then she pouted. Moi. Xiao Wu's warm, soft, and sweet lips landed on Chen's cheek like raindrops. Chen's breathing immediately became a bit hurried. His strong arms tightly encircled Xiao Wu's slender waist. But upon thinking of his age, he helplessly loosened his arms. His talent was too good. This might not necessarily be a good thing. It was a curse. I'm afraid that when Chen breaks through to become a god, he won't even be 15 years old. Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share. After a good while, Xiao Wu finally jumped down from Chen's body with a beaming smile. Chen wiped his cheek, summoned his destruction war scythe martial soul, waved at Xiao Wu, and then cast the space/spirit ability, slicing open a spatial rift in midair. With a flash, Chen entered the spatial rift. Chapter 266, A Ru recovers. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Chen looked up at the sky and sighed, a hint of helplessness appearing on his handsome face. I, Chen, achieved success at a young age. I reached the titled Douluo breakthrough at 12 and became invincible across the entire Douluo Continent at 13, yet I am not happy. Clearly, 3 girls are infatuated with me, but it is a pity that I can only look, not touch. There is no crueler punishment in this world than this. Chen shook his head helplessly. He immediately walked into the depths of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, watching the sacred soul grass growing sturdily near the Ice and Fire Spring, and smiled with satisfaction. It looks like it is growing well. The ice and fire energy of this Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well can accelerate the growth rate of plants by 10 or 100 times. At this growth rate, it will not take 100 years for the sacred soul grass to reach maturity. However, this is still a bit slow. Let me give you a boost. Chen squatted down, placed his hand on the leaves of the sacred soul grass, and channeled a trace of life divine power into it. In an instant, a green light erupted from the leaves of the sacred soul grass. Under the stimulation of the life divine power, the cell division of the sacred soul grass suddenly accelerated, causing its growth rate to increase by tens or hundreds of times. The growth rate increased significantly, and energy consumption skyrocketed. The ice and fire energy around the sacred soul grass was completely absorbed by it. Because the absorption speed was too fast, it even stirred up a whirlwind in this ice and fire valley. The red and white energies intertwined, creating a 10-meter-sized tornado, and energy was continuously poured into the sacred soul grass. But this was not enough. The absorption of energy was far from keeping up with the consumption of energy. The sacred soul grass's cell division was too fast, but the energy supply could not keep up, causing it to show signs of withering. Chen certainly would not let such a thing happen. Blue-silver domain, all rivers run to sea. As soon as these words were spoken, a blue energy erupted from his body, rapidly spreading to the surroundings, covering the entire sunset forest, and continuing to spread outward until it covered the entire Heaven-Dew Empire. In the end, the entire Heaven-Dew Empire was under the coverage of Chen's blue-silver domain. Numerous blue-silver grass cheered and leaned toward Chen's direction, bowing to their only emperor. These blue-silver grass accelerated their evolution by absorbing the life aura of the blue-silver domain. they gained not insignificant benefits. Therefore, when Chen needed it, they contributed a portion of their life energy without hesitation. These wisps of blue light quickly converged into the ice and fire yin-yang well through the giant network of the blue-silver domain. That life energy, like a vast ocean, was poured into the sacred soul grass under Chen's guidance. With the supplement of this life energy, the sacred soul grass successfully solved the problem of energy supply failing to keep up due to excessively fast cell division. The stimulation of the life divine power caused the sacred soul grass to accelerate cell division and speed up growth. The supplement of life energy provided the energy needed for the sacred soul grass to accelerate cell division and growth. Under the coordination of the two, in just one day, the sacred soul grass in front of Chen grew over a foot tall. As it swayed slightly, it emitted an energy fluctuation that made one's soul tremble, a desire from the depths of the soul to consume it. Seeing this, Chen stopped his movements, raised his right hand, summoned his dark golden terror claw external spirit bone, and harvested the sacred soul grass without damaging its roots. After Ru's soul is repaired, I will let her go to Longevity Academy and be a Weisstein along with Yin, managing the daily affairs of Longevity Academy. I spent so much effort, from beginning to end, to resurrect Ru and repair her soul. It is only right that she works for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen took the sacred soul grass and left the ice and fire yin-yang well. Longevity sect. Xiao Wu brought Ru back to her room and settled her mother inside. She then stood at the doorway like a waiting statue, hands clasped in front of her chest, her eyes filled with anticipation and love. Even though the waiting time was very dull, she did not have the slightest bit of impatience. She waited for a long time, and finally saw Chen descend from the sky with the sacred soul grass. Boss Chen. Xiao Wu greeted him with an excited face. Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He reached out and patted Xiao Wu's head, then handed the sacred soul grass over with his other hand. Here, this is the sacred soul grass. Feed it to your mother. If there are no accidents, it should be able to let your mother wake up completely. Xiao Wu held the over a foot tall sacred soul grass with both hands. Her eyes seemed to be glued to Chen, and she did not want to look away for even a second. Boss Chen, mother and I will definitely repay you. Xiao Wu said this very firmly. Turning back into the room, Xiao Wu carefully fed the sacred soul grass to her mother, leaf by leaf. Whoosh! A wave of energy uncontrollably erupted from Ru's body, causing her to hold her head, her face full of pain, and let out a muffled groan. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu could not help but be somewhat panicked. Mother! She took a big step forward and hugged Ru tightly, but her embrace could not alleviate Ru's pain. Chen came to the side, his eyes erupting with sharp light, as if he could see through all kinds of wonders. After watching for a while, he spoke with absolute certainty. Xiao Wu, don't worry. This is your mother's soul being repaired. Just like when bones are injured and not treated well, they grow crooked. To fully recover the bones, one must break the crooked bones and reconnect them. This is the situation with your mother right now. After your mother's soul was shattered into fragments and pieced back together, there must have been some misalignments during that process. Now, if your mother wants to fully recover, she needs to tear her soul apart and piece it back together completely. Hearing Chen say this, Xiao Wu's tears flowed like broken pearls. She hugged her mother tightly with a sorrowful face. Mother, Xiao Wu is here. Xiao Wu will always be with you. At this moment, Ru was trembling all over, experiencing the pain of her soul being torn apart. Her soul was torn into fragments again, and like a puzzle, it began to be pieced back together. Her soul damage was too severe initially, so the soul fragments were incomplete. Some missing soul fragments were slowly regrowing under the nourishment of the sacred soul grass's medicinal power, just like a severed limb regrowing. And in Ru's mind, as her soul was pieced back together and grew, scenes flashed by quickly. These were all of Ru's past memories. These memories together shaped Ru's personality. Scenes filled Ru's heart, and her originally lifeless eyes burst with a stunning radiance. With her consciousness returned, Ru screamed, "Xiaowu, run!" At this moment, Ru finally fully recovered. She remembered everything from the past. For her consciousness was still stuck on the day she was killed by Bibai Dong. Under Bibai Dong's pursuit, Ru felt she had no way to survive, so she let Xiaowu escape alone, while she stayed behind to block Bibai Dong. Chapter 267, Fulfilling Promises. Mom. Xiaowu was overcome with excitement. Hearing Ru call her name and tell her to run, Xiaowu's memories were pulled back to the day her mother was killed. On that day, her mother had traded her own life to ensure Xiaowu escaped. Xiaowu would never forget that day, even in death. Ru panted heavily. On that pretty face, which bore a 90% resemblance to Xiaowu's but appeared more mature and gentle, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. She remembered being in the Stardew Great Forest, desperately blocking Bibai Dong's path. But after closing and opening her eyes, how did she suddenly appear in this room? This was clearly human society. Ru first felt confused, then looked at Xiaowu, who was holding her and crying loudly. Although she didn't know what was happening, the fact that she was fine and Xiaowu was also safe caused Ru's tense heart to relax for the moment. She also hugged Xiaowu tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaowu, this is wonderful. I didn't expect Mom to still be alive to see you again. What is the situation now?" "I remember I seem to have been struck through my paragon golden body by Bibai Dong's eternal trauma, and after that, my consciousness completely sank into darkness." Xiaowu lifted her head, revealing a pretty face wet with tears that made one feel pity, the little pearls flowing from her eyes never ceasing. Yet a happy smile appeared on her cheeks as she spoke with a trembling, choked voice. "Mom, you had already died once, and that vicious woman Bibai Dong even absorbed your spirit ring and spirit bone. I came to human society from the Stardew Great Forest just to find an opportunity to avenge you, and fortunately, I met Boss Lu Chen. He not only avenged us and crippled that vicious woman Bibai Dong, but also snatched back your spirit ring and spirit bone, using the remnant soul within them to resurrect you." Ru's heart trembled. She had personally faced Bibai Dong and naturally knew her terror. The boss Lu Chen her daughter spoke of had not only defeated Bibai Dong, but even snatched back the spirit ring and spirit bone to resurrect her. What kind of realm was this, that it made her head spin just thinking about it? She turned her head and looked towards the not-so-distant spot at Lu Chen, who stood tall and straight, possessing hair as blue as the ocean reaching his waist, with eyes the same color as his hair, exquisite facial features, well-defined angles, and a handsomeness that was beyond belief. Under Lu Chen's smiling gaze and gentle eyes, Ru's heart uncontrollably pounded a few times faster, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It wasn't that Ru wasn't reserved enough, but rather that Lu Chen was simply too good-looking. The blue-silver emperor's beauty enhancement was unparalleled across the entire Douluo Continent. After a good while, Ru finally regained her composure, withdrew her gaze from Lu Chen's handsome face, and slightly sensed the aura on Lu Chen's body. To her shock, she discovered that she could not perceive Lu Chen's aura at all. Lu Chen was clearly standing right there, but in Ru's perception, there was only empty air before her. Ru gasped, and out of respect for a powerhouse, she bowed gracefully. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." While bowing, she shielded Xiaowu behind her. This was her instinct as a mother. Both she and Xiaowu were 100,000-year-old soft bones rabbit transformations. Things like their spirit ring and spirit bone were considered priceless treasures to human spirit masters. Although Lu Chen was her savior, past experiences still made Ru instinctively harbor some vigilance. Lu Chen noticed Ru's small actions, but he didn't mind and smiled indifferently. Ru, you have just recovered your soul, and you and Xiao Wu must have a lot to say, so I won't disturb you here. I'll leave the time to you, mother and daughter. I will come back to find you tomorrow. Also, Ru, do not return to the Stardew Great Forest. Just stay here with Xiao Wu, and no one will dare to covet your spirit ring and spirit bone. I have established a longevity academy, and you can go be a dean there. You can live well in human society from now on, and Xiao Wu will be able to stay by your side always. After speaking, Lu Chen waved at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, accompany your mother well. Too much time has passed since your mother's death, and she surely doesn't know the current situation. Xiao Wu hopped and skipped out from behind Ru. Although her eyes were still red, her pretty face was already full of joy. I know, Boss Lu Chen. Afterward, Lu Chen left. Inside the room, Xiao Wu began to detail to Ru some of the things she had experienced over these years. From leaving the Stardew Great Forest to attend Nuding Academy, to Lu Chen resurrecting Ru and finding a way to repair her soul. One incident after another made Ru open her mouth in shock. That tall, handsome young man from just a moment ago was actually only in his teens, yet he had become a super Douluo. Not only was his combat power formidable, but he could also bring the dead back to life. Such a method of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bones was, to Ru, no different from a divine skill. A strange light flickered in Ru's eyes. She could see that her daughter had fallen hopelessly in love with Lu Chen. Because when Xiao Wu spoke of Lu Chen, her eyes were shining, as if stars were flickering within them. Xiao Wu was still talking incessantly, and listening to Xiao Wu's narration, Ru became increasingly curious about Lu Chen. Since he was her daughter's beloved, Ru would have to observe him carefully to see if he was worthy of her daughter's lifelong commitment. On the other side, after leaving the room, Lu Chen hurried back to the ice and fire yin-yang well, where he dug up 2 7-star dragon tongue orchids and headed to the Stardew Great Forest with the 2 herbs. He found the sky azure bull python and titan giant ape living in the lake of life, and gave these 2 herbs to them respectively. Back when Lu Chen was absorbing the spirit rings of the 3,000 Jun ants, it was thanks to the sky azure bull python and titan giant ape acting as protectors. At that time, Lu Chen had promised to give the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape 1 7-star dragon tongue orchid each. Lu Chen kept his word. Naturally, he would not break his promise. After Lu Chen handed the 2 herbs to the sky azure bull python and titan giant ape, he instructed them. After absorbing these 2 herbs, your cultivation can advance further. I wish for you to break through your bottleneck soon and become vicious beasts of over 200,000 years. Additionally, the sacred soul grass has been cultivated by me. After Ru took it, she has now recovered her soul. She and Xiao Wu have reunited, and they will live in human society from now on. With my protection, there is no need to worry about anyone coveting their spirit ring and spirit bone. Your massive bodies are not suitable for going to human society. So just wait for an opportunity in the future to let Ru and Xiao Wu come back to the Stardew Great Forest to visit you. Once these words were spoken, the sky azure bull python and titan giant ape felt extremely excited, and their pupils, as huge as lanterns, seemed to have tiny glimmers of crystal light flickering. Beast kings do not shed tears easily, only when they haven't reached the point of heartbreak. Although the sky azure bull python and titan giant ape had powerful bloodlines, they also had their youth. When they were young, they owed much to Ru's care. They recognized Xiao Wu as their older sister, and to a certain extent, they also recognized Ru as their mother. The sky azure bull python's deep voice sounded like thunder. Lu Chen, you resurrected Ru and restored her soul. You are our great benefactor. If you have any orders in the future, we brothers will never refuse. The Titan giant ape also nodded heavily. Me too. Chen chuckled and said, then you still need to continue to improve your strength. Even if your bloodlines are special, you are at most 96th level super Douluos. Mere 96th level super Douluos, to me, can be slapped to death in a bunch with one palm. If you want to become my helpers, strive to raise your cultivation to over 300,000 years. After speaking, Chen summoned his destruction war scythe spirit. With 2 black, 6 red, and 1 purple gold, 9 spirit rings rose one by one, and suddenly the air froze. These 9 spirit rings of Chen's second martial soul had not yet been modified by his power of creation. But even with just their initial spirit ring configuration, it still made the 2 beast kings, the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, feel suffocated. That purple gold million-year spirit ring almost pressed the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape flat onto the ground. Chen used his space/spirit ability to cleave a spatial rift in midair, then flashed, entered the spatial rift, and disappeared from the Stardew Great Forest. Now, the promises Chen had once made, he had all fulfilled one by one. He had said he would resurrect Aru and restore her soul, and now he had done it. He had said he would give the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape 1 7-star dragon tongue orchid each, and now he had also done it. Chapter 268, Aru and Ayin. The next day, longevity sect. Chen arrived outside the room of Xiao Wu and Aru once again. He did not rush in, but stood outside the door and called out loudly. Xiao Wu, Aru, are you awake yet? As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Wu's joyful voice came from inside the room. We're up, Boss Chen, will be out right away. Before long, the door opened. Xiao Wu came skipping out. When she saw Chen, her eyes lit up. She hurried over in a few steps, and upon getting close, she reached out and wrapped her arms around one of Chen's arms. Shortly after, the gentle and quiet Aru walked out of the room. Seeing her daughter so eager to cling to Chen, a trace of reproach flashed in her eyes. She sighed inwardly, blaming herself for not being there all these years to properly teach Xiao Wu, which led to her developing such a personality. Where was a girl's reserve? How could she just throw herself into a man's arms like that? After walking over, Aru bowed slightly, her voice gentle and filled with deep gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving my life. Last night, I already heard Xiao Wu recount your past in detail. I must also thank Your Excellency for taking care of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is reckless. As a beast-to-human transformation, she dared to barge into human society. If it weren't for Your Excellency's care, I fear my silly child would have ended up becoming someone else's spirit ring and spirit bone. Aru was truly terrified. Before a beast-to-human transformation reaches the rank of spirit saint, they cannot hide from the perception of high-ranking spirit masters. A titled Douluo could spot them at a glance. If a spirit Douluo paid a little attention, they would also be highly likely to discover them. Therefore, when Xiao Wu first entered human society, she was absolutely walking a tightrope. One slip would have led to total destruction. Chen smiled indifferently. Since Xiao Wu had followed him, she had indeed avoided many of the tragic fates from the original plot. She didn't need to sacrifice herself for Tang San, preserving her own spirit beast luck and destiny. In the original plot, although Xiao Wu was eventually resurrected, without her spirit beast luck and destiny, she had completely become a mere accessory, ending up only as the scabbard for the Asura demon sword, completely reduced to a vassal of Tang San. Don't talk about Tang San having deep feelings for Xiao Wu. If his feelings were so deep, why couldn't he let Xiao Wu become a god independently? In the end, Xiao Wu just became an opportunity for Tang San. Chen smiled and handed over the food box in his hand. It was 2 breakfasts he had brought from the cafeteria before coming over. Aru, it was just a small favor. No need to be so polite. Xiao Wu and I are classmates and roommates. We lived in the same dorm for 3 years and forged a deep friendship. While spirit rings and spirit bones are certainly tempting, to me, friendship is more precious. This is the breakfast I brought for you. After you eat, I will take you to Longevity Academy, which will make it easier for you to integrate into human society in the future. After Lu Chen finished speaking, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. The eyes Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen with were so tender they could drip water. Aru's eyes were also shining with brilliance. It was no wonder her daughter liked Lu Chen. He could value emotions more than profit and remained unmoved, even when facing 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. This was definitely a good man, worthy of entrusting one's life to. Aru took the food box and ate breakfast with Xiao Wu. After the mother and daughter were both full, they followed Lu Chen and headed down the mountain to Longevity Academy. A moment later, Longevity Academy. Lu Chen led Xiao Wu and A Ru to the Academy's dean's office and found Ah Yin, who was working. As soon as they met, a look of surprise appeared on Ah Yin's face, and a look of shock appeared on A Ru's face. As they looked at each other, both felt a sense of closeness, as if looking at one of their own kind. After all, they were both 100,000-year beast-to-human transformations. Aru frowned and pondered. Although she had never met Ah Yin, the aura on Ah Yin gave her a sense of familiarity, so she spoke with some hesitation. Blue Silver Emperor. Ah Yin nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Lu Chen with eyes as gentle as water. I used to be the Blue Silver Emperor, but now I am only the Blue Silver King. Our Blue Silver clan already has a new ruler, who is my master, Lu Chen. I once went to the Stardew Great Forest and seem to have sensed your aura. You are the Soft Bone Emperor. Aru nodded slightly. The king of the forest Titan Giant Ape and the forest emperor Sky Azure Bull Python both respected her as a mother, so Aru had indeed been the uncrowned queen of the Stardew Great Forest. However, upon hearing how Ah Yin addressed Lu Chen, Aru turned to look at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with a strange expression. Even if Lu Chen had become the new Blue Silver Emperor, for Ah Yin to call him master directly, wouldn't that mean Ah Yin had become a slave? Aru pursed her lips, her heart tightening slightly, worried that Lu Chen might be a pervert. She knew that among humans, there were some high-ranking nobles or powerful spirit masters who liked to keep female slaves by their side. Lu Chen wouldn't have such a perverted hobby, would he? Aru couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for her daughter's choice. At the same time, Lu Chen looked at Aru, whose personality was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and then looked at Ah Yin, whose personality was submissive and tender. Compared to the still green Xiao Wu, Zhu Xiuqing, and Du Guyan, Aru and Ah Yin could truly be called ripe. What am I thinking about? Lu Chen shook his head slightly, mobilized his divine thought to extinguish those unhealthy thoughts in his mind, and then said aloud with a smile. It seems you all know each other, so I won't introduce you further. Ah Yin is the vice dean of our Longevity Academy. When I am not at the academy, Ah Yin is responsible for managing the daily affairs of the academy. Aru, from now on, you will be the dean of academic affairs at Longevity Academy. Work with Ah Yin to manage Longevity Academy and be responsible for formulating teaching tasks for students of all grades. This is the first step for you to integrate into human society. Ah Yin, you guide Aru. Aru, if you don't understand anything, just ask Ah Yin. Having said this, Lu Chen paused and looked at Xiao Wu, who was following beside Aru. Xiao Wu, you and your mother have just reunited, and I don't want to separate you so quickly. However, I discovered an opportunity overseas and plan to take you, Xiuqing, and Yan Yan to that location to try our luck. This is a good opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately fell into a dilemma. She looked at A Ru and then at Lu Chen, wanting to stay with her mother while also wanting to accompany Lu Chen. She clutched the corner of her clothes with both hands, opened her mouth, but could not make a sound for a long time. It was A Ru who, not wanting her daughter to miss the opportunity, took the initiative to make the decision for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, go overseas with your excellency. Now that I have been resurrected, there is still plenty of time for us to be together, but once a precious opportunity is missed, it will be gone. Don't worry about me. I will wait for you to return right here in Longevity Academy. It just so happens that I have many things I want to ask Miss Ah Yin about. Aru wanted to chat with Ah Yin in private to see if Lu Chen was a pervert, and if he had any perverted hobbies. At this time, Xiao Wu, since A Ru had already made the decision for her, did not refuse anymore, but her pretty face showed a bit of reluctance. Mom, then wait for me to come back. I still have so many things I want to tell you. Chapter 269, Sea God Island. After settling A Ru down, Lu Chen took Xiao Wu, called Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yan, and they set off once again, leaving the Longevity sect and flying westward towards the ocean. Lu Chen summoned 3 blue-silver vines, which wrapped around the waists of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan respectively, and carried them as they flew. If only Lu Chen had 3 hands instead of 2. Otherwise, he would have held all 3 women in his arms. In the sky, Lu Chen explained to the 3 women. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Yan Yan, the place I am taking you to this time is called Sea God Island. It is a force left behind by a spirit master who once achieved a breakthrough to level 100. That spirit master who achieved a breakthrough to level 100 is now the sea god of the god realm. Last time I was hunting a spirit beast overseas, I met the high priestess of Sea God Island. She wanted me to become the successor to the sea god, but I wanted to create my own god position, so I refused her. I can create my own god position, but you can only inherit one. I want to pass this sea god position to Yan Yan. Xiao Wu is a beast-to-human transformation, and the sea god was once human, so the possibility of him choosing you as his successor is not high. Zhuqing has a dark attribute, while the sea god's attribute leans towards light, so the possibility of him choosing you as his successor is similarly not high. Considering all aspects, only Yan Yan is the most suitable. Having said this, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, rest assured. Once I become a divinity, I will definitely choose suitable god positions for you to inherit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing did not resist Lu Chen's arrangements. For Xiao Wu, the fact that Lu Chen helped her resurrect her mother was enough to make her deeply grateful. It was just a sea god position, and after Lu Chen's analysis, she knew the possibility of her inheriting it was indeed low, so she had no complaints. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was naturally content. Ever since she met Lu Chen, he had given her the best spirit rings and spirit bone, as well as treasures like the Narcissus jade muscle bone and the dark demon evil god bead. She had even wanted to sneak into Lu Chen's room at night and crawl into his bed to repay his kindness, but unfortunately, Lu Chen was always cultivating and basically never slept, which left Zhu Zhuqing helpless and forced her to give up. Xiao Wu stared at Lu Chen without blinking, her eyes as gentle as water, fixed on him, unwilling to look away for even a second. She said with a smile, "Boss Lu Chen, actually you don't need to explain too much. We all trust you. We will do whatever you arrange." Zhu Zhuqing was also looking at Lu Chen, her eyes flashing with a light of trust, the absolute trust of someone who had entrusted her body and soul to Lu Chen. She nodded firmly. "Me too." Only Du Guyan felt somewhat anxious and hesitant. A look of hesitation appeared on her beautiful face, and she pursed her lips, not daring to look directly at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, do you trust me that much? That is the sea god who achieved a breakthrough to level 100 to become a divinity on his own. Even if he really wants to choose a successor, Can I really be selected 100%? Douluo Yan had been with Lu Chen for too long, and her threshold for what constituted a genius had been raised infinitely high. In her view, only a genius like Lu Chen, who became a super Douluo in his teens, would receive an invitation from the high priestess of Sea God Island to become the successor to the sea god. She was now 20 years old, but only a small spirit saint, not even a titled Douluo yet. Lu Chen believed she could become the successor to the sea god, but if she failed to become the successor, wouldn't she be betraying Lu Chen's trust? Hearing Douluo Yan's words, Lu Chen accurately perceived the lack of confidence in her tone. Since she was in such a rush to deny herself, it seemed he had put too much pressure on her. Being this unconfident won't do. Lu Chen looked at Douluo Yan with encouraging eyes. Yan, there is no need to belittle yourself. You are a genius beyond doubt. To become a spirit saint powerhouse at only 20 years old, looking across the entire Douluo Continent, you are in a league of your own. The clear sky Douluo Tang Hao, who was once praised to the heavens, only became a spirit saint powerhouse after the age of 30. Look at your equipment. After absorbing the dragon origin fruit, your jade phosphor snake evolved into a jade phosphorus dragon, and you have 6 pieces of spirit bone excluding the torso bone. If you really fight, even a spirit Douluo would be no match for you. Even if you encounter a titled Douluo, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the short term. If you can't become the successor to the sea god, then no one in this world is qualified to be the successor to the sea god. Seeing Douluo Yan's spirits gradually lifting, Lu Chen brought out his final trump card. He took the vast sea cosmic shroud from his portable space and handed it to Douluo Yan. Yan, this is the national treasure of the Heaven Dew Empire, the vast sea cosmic shroud. But in reality, it is also the legacy item of the sea god's heart. Take this sea god's heart. As long as your talent is sufficient, the sea god will 100% choose you to be his successor. When I said I would let you inherit the sea god position, it was of course because I was absolutely certain of it. Holding the vast sea cosmic shroud and feeling the vast energy within it like surging waves, Douluo Yan truly realized Lu Chen's good intentions. Her eyes turned slightly red, and she nodded vigorously. I will definitely succeed, and I will absolutely not let down your expectations. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. He had done what he could. If the sea god did not choose Douluo Yan as his successor, then once he fought his way to the god realm, he would go to the sea god temple and have a kind and friendly chat with him. Lu Chen was very fast. He set off from the longevity sect in the morning and arrived at Sea God Island by the afternoon. On the sea surface around Sea God Island, rows of black fins were swimming in the ocean. Those were the guardians of Sea God Island, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan. Among them, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Bai, was once the mount of the sea god. Facing Lu Chen, the intruder, the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Bai faithfully fulfilled her duty and launched an attack immediately. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, hundreds of blue-gray tooth-shaped blades broke through the water from the ocean and shot towards Lu Chen. Intruder, die for this king. Facing the attack, Lu Chen glanced at it and released a wisp of his divine thought. Suddenly, the world changed color. The clear, cloudless sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and strong winds raged. Those hundreds of tooth-shaped blades were instantly destroyed by the divine thought. The mighty divine might shrouded the sea surface. The Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan, which had been swimming on the surface just a moment ago, could not withstand the mental pressure. One after another, they fainted, turned belly up, and lay on the sea surface. Even the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Bai, felt as if her head was about to explode at this moment. She let out a shrill scream with her clear voice. In fact, Lu Chen hadn't used much effort. If Lu Chen had really wanted to go on a killing spree, he could have wiped out the entire Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan, including the devil spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai, in an instant. That they couldn't even withstand a wisp of his divine thought was purely because Xiao Bai and her devil spirit Great White Shark clan were overall too weak. Such a shocking change occurred on the outskirts of Sea God Island, and the 7 guardians inside Sea God Island naturally reacted immediately. What kind of small fry dares to offend Sea God Island? The next moment, 7 blue lights converged from 7 directions of Sea God Island. Inside each of those 7 lights was a powerhouse at the titled Douluo level. They were the guardians of Sea God Island, the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. As they got closer, the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, led by sea dragon Douluo, all changed their expressions drastically. Under the deterrence of that divine thought, they were all facing a formidable enemy, as if they were facing a divinity. Against such an enemy, even if they activated the power of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, they would likely be no match. Only their high priestess, Bo Saixi, by mobilizing the power of the entire ocean, could possibly rival him. Just at this moment, a red light shot out from the Sea God Mountain in the center of Sea God Island. In an instant, the red light flew to the outskirts of Sea God Island. It's the High Priestess. With the High Priestess taking action, our Sea God Island will surely be safe and sound. Seeing that red light, the guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the incoming red light with expectant eyes. The red light dissipated, revealing High Priestess Bo Saixi, who was wearing a bright red robe and holding a brilliant golden scepter. Although her appearance was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes were filled with desolate loneliness. High Priestess Bo Saixi looked at Lu Chen and the Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan he had brought with him, and said calmly, "Your Excellency, you have come. These 3 girls, their aura is indeed not weak. To have such spirit power fluctuations at this age, they are truly worthy of being called heaven's proud daughters. But I cannot guarantee that they will definitely be chosen by the sea god as his successor." Then she glanced at the sea surface, and her slender willow eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Your Excellency, please stop. Xiao Bai and her clan are just fulfilling their duty to guard Sea God Island, not intentionally acting as your enemy. Take those 3 girls and come with me to Sea God Island to receive the blessing of the sea god." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Let's go then." As he spoke, he simultaneously withdrew that wisp of divine thought. Without Lu Chen's divine thought controlling it, all the strange phenomena in the world began to dissipate. High Priestess Bo Saixi glanced at the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. "Sea Dragon, come with me. The other 6 of you take care of Xiao Bai and her clan." The guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god were very surprised that High Priestess Bo Saixi actually knew Lu Chen and respectfully addressed him as Your Excellency. Who exactly was this divine rank powerhouse of unknown origin? This left the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god puzzled. But their trust in High Priestess Bo Saixi made them unconditionally believe in her. The 7 sacred pillars of the sea god bowed respectfully and agreed. Next, High Priestess Bo Saixi and Sea Dragon Douluo led the way, and Lu Chen, with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan following behind, entered Sea God Island. The other 6 guardian Douluos of the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god landed on the sea surface to take care of Xiao Bai and the rest of the devil spirit Great White Sharks. A moment later, at the location of the Sea Dragon Pillar, High Priestess Bo Saixi instructed Sea Dragon Douluo, "Sea Dragon, you will preside over the blessing for those 3 girls." Then she looked at Lu Chen. "Your Excellency, do you really not want to try? If you agree, the sea god will surely be very willing to let you become his successor." Lu Chen smiled without saying a word. Currently, he had 3 powerful forces within his body: life divine power, destruction divine power, and power of creation. Even the sea god's light could not penetrate his body. Now the sea god had no chance of comparing himself to him. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, High Priestess Bo Saixi knew that Lu Chen was unwilling to become the sea god's successor. She sighed and didn't force it anymore, looking at Sea Dragon Douluo and nodding slightly. Sea Dragon Douluo's burly body bowed slightly, lowering his proud head, and he performed a salute with a respectful expression. Sea Dragon accepts the order. Then Sea Dragon Douluo strode to the front of the Sea Dragon pillar, his expression solemn and his eyes grave, and he looked at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan and said, "Which of you will receive the blessing first?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both looked at Du Guyan. Du Guyan took a deep breath, touched the vast sea cosmic shroud in her arms, and called out, "I will." She swayed her water snake-like waist, leaped up, crossed the ring-shaped lake, and arrived in front of the Sea Dragon pillar. Sea Dragon Douluo didn't waste words. He immediately closed his eyes and began to pray, triggering the power of the Sea Dragon pillar. A brilliant blue light erupted from the Sea Dragon pillar and shone upon Du Guyan, beginning to test her talent and potential. In just a few breaths, the brilliant blue light retracted back into the Sea Dragon pillar. The next moment, the Sea Dragon pillar began to change colors continuously like a neon light. First white, then yellow, then purple, then black, and following that was red. At this moment, Sea Dragon Douluo stared with his eyes wide open in astonishment. A red trial was something that only High Priestess Bo Saixi had encountered before. But it wasn't over. That blinding blood-red light instantly transformed into a blue-gold light. The blue-gold light, which illuminated the world, enveloped the entire Sea God Island. Countless people of Sea God Island knelt down towards the source of the light, respectfully praising the manifestation of the Sea God. Right in front of the Sea Dragon pillar, Sea Dragon Douluo opened his mouth wide. "Blue gold, what level of trial is this?" Sea Dragon Douluo didn't know what level of trial this was, but High Priestess Bo Saixi knew it clearly. In her desolate eyes, a light of excitement erupted, and she unconsciously took a few steps forward and said, "Sea God 9 trials, the Sea God has chosen his successor." High Priestess Bo Saixi was extremely excited. Being able to guide a Sea God successor to inherit the Sea God position before her death meant she would have no regrets. The brilliant blue-gold light began to contract rapidly, finally shrouding only Du Guyan, leaving a blue-gold trident mark on her smooth forehead. And this was the mark of the Sea God's successor. Du Guyan was still a bit dazed, but feeling the heat radiating from the vast sea cosmic shroud in her arms, she understood that she had been confirmed as the Sea God's successor. She had really succeeded. At this thought, Du Guyan turned around and returned to Lu Chen's side, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly, wanting to share her joy with him. Lu Chen also hugged Du Guyan back, patting her back gently to comfort her. This Sea God was quite sensible. He didn't disappoint him. Lu Chen gave Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing a wink. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other, then crossed the ring-shaped lake one after the other and went to the front of the Sea Dragon pillar. Sea Dragon Douluo hadn't fully recovered yet. He instinctively performed the blessing for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and the result shocked him once again. When blessing Xiao Wu, the Sea Dragon pillar shone with a great red light, and finally, a red 7-pointed star mark condensed on Xiao Wu's forehead. What Xiao Wu obtained was the Red Level 7 trials, also known as the Top-Tier 7 trials. When blessing Zhu Zhuqing, the Sea Dragon pillar shone with a great red light again, and finally, a red 7-pointed star mark condensed on Zhu Zhuqing's forehead as well. Zhu Zhuqing also obtained the Red Level 7 trials. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both consumed immortal herbs, and each possessed 3 spirit bones over 50,000 years old. With their talent, obtaining the Red Level 7 trials was a matter of course. Sea Dragon Douluo, who had performed the blessing for the 3 women. At this moment, he was completely numb. Were the spirit masters in the outside world now generally this talented? Then wasn't there Sea God Island, just sitting in a well looking at the sky? Chapter 270, Transmigration, Sea God's Light, and the Location of the Sea Dragon Pillar. High Priestess Bo Saixi was filled with admiration. Her gaze swept toward Dugu Yan, then flickered over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, the look of astonishment in her eyes growing even more intense. As expected, the girls who can stay by His Excellency's side are not simple existences. Besides obtaining the Sea God 9 trials, they have actually obtained 2 top-tier 7 trials as well. By passing the top-tier 7 trials, one can become a reserve High Priestess of Sea God Island. My position can finally be considered to have a successor. As her voice faded, High Priestess Bo Saixi walked in front of Dugu Yan. Her face was kind, and a gentle look flashed in her eyes, as if she were looking at her own most outstanding junior. "Little girl, what is your name?" Dugu Yan was not timid. She introduced herself generously. "Senior, my name is Dugu Yan." High Priestess Bo Saixi nodded slightly. "Now that you and your companions have all received the trials bestowed by Lord Sea God, I believe you already know the specific requirements of the trials through the marks on your foreheads. Do you want to start the trials now, or settle down on Sea God Island first and wait until tomorrow morning to start them?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan glanced at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing out of the corner of her eye. She saw the eagerness on both women's faces, and since she herself wanted to experience the Sea God's trials, she blurted out, "Let's start the trials now." High Priestess Bo Saixi nodded upon hearing this, then rose into the air. Her wide red ceremonial robes fluttered without wind, and her expression was gentle as she said, "Then follow me." After speaking, she turned and flew toward Sea God Mountain in the center of Sea God Island. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan all returned to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen waved his hand to summon 3 blue-silver vines, which wrapped around the waists of the 3 women, bringing them along to follow High Priestess Bo Saixi towards Sea God Mountain. Dugu Yan looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing curiously. "My first trial is called Transmigration, Sea God's Light. Under the suppression of Sea God's Light, I must climb 333 steps within 1 year. What are your trials?" Xiao Wu replied, "It's somewhat similar to yours. The name is also Transmigration, Sea God's Light, but it requires climbing 133 steps under the suppression of Sea God's Light within 1 year." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "I am the same as Xiao Wu. The trial standards given to us by the Sea God should be related to our strength. You are a spirit saint powerhouse, so the requirements are the strictest. Xiao Wu and I are both spirit kings, so the requirements are lowered accordingly." Dugu Yan clenched her fists. She felt a sense of pressure. Indeed, her trial was the most difficult. However, in order to achieve divinity and to be with Lu Chen for a long time, she would risk her life to pass the trial. After a while, they arrived at Sea God Mountain. Looking at Sea God Mountain with its 1,000 steps, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan all showed expressions of amazement. High Priestess Bo Saixi glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had not received the Sea God's blessing, so theoretically, he did not qualify to stay on Sea God Island. But as soon as she thought of Lu Chen's strength, she could only endure it. As long as Lu Chen did not actively attack Sea God Island, she had no choice but to tacitly allow his presence. High Priestess Bo Saixi looked at Dugu Yan and said, "Miss Dugu and the other 2 young ladies, this is Sea God Mountain, the location of your first trial. Within 1 year, I will arrange for the food and spare clothing you need to be delivered to you, so you will have no worries. Whether you can pass the trial depends on yourselves." As her voice faded, High Priestess Bo Saixi flew up, turning into a ball of red light, and reached the top of Sea God Mountain in the blink of an eye. Standing in front of the highest step of Sea God Mountain, High Priestess Bo Saixi invoked the divine force of the Sea God, causing the sea god's light to descend from the sky, covering the 1,000 steps. In front of Lu Chen and the others, that towering sea god mountain, covered with various strange plants and emitting a sacred, bright aura, was instantly enveloped in strands of blue light. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan, and made a gesture of encouragement. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Yan, go ahead. I believe in you. Encouraged by Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan each nodded firmly and strode toward the 1,000 steps covered by the sea god's light. Just as the three women stepped onto the first step, a heavy pressure weighed down on them. Fortunately, the three women were mentally prepared. They were not flustered, and after exchanging glances, they continued to climb upward with determined expressions. With every step they took, the pressure they bore increased by a fraction. When they walked up to the 33rd step, the pressure suddenly doubled. One could see that the faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan were already slightly flushed, and beads of sweat could be seen sliding down their smooth foreheads, fair cheeks, and slender necks. Their breathing began to quicken, but they continued to climb upward unwaveringly. When they climbed to the 76th step, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to be unable to hold on. Her face was flushed red, as if it were about to bleed. Martial soul, possession. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and summoned martial soul possession. Amidst a flash of faint light, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings rose from beneath her feet. Her spirit power surged through her meridians like a river rushing to the sea, which greatly increased her resistance and finally gave her the confidence to continue climbing. After Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu also couldn't help but summon martial soul possession when she climbed to the 84th step, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings rising from beneath her feet. The spirit power within her body circulated like a windmill, allowing Xiao Wu's body, which had already reached its limit, to once again surge with the power to move forward. Compared to the original storyline, the performance of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing now was undoubtedly much better. This was, of course, because besides taking immortal herbs, they each possessed 3 spirit bones over 50,000 years old, which was a huge boost to their physical bodies. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing persisted to the 99th step. The 100th step exceeded her limit, causing her to be bounced off directly. When she was thrown into the air, Zhu Zhuqing was already somewhat unconscious. It was Lu Chen who rose into the air and caught the dazed Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Chen infused a trace of life divine power into her. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, Zhu Zhuqing's condition improved rapidly, and her body, which was on the verge of collapse, seemed to regain its vitality. Her aching muscles and bones, her burning throat and internal organs, as well as her heart that felt like it was about to burst, all quickly returned to their peak state amidst a cool, refreshing sensation. Just then, Xiao Wu could no longer hold on either. She finally collapsed before the 107th step. Her face was red as if it were about to bleed, and the bones in her body were creaking. The next instant, Xiao Wu groaned and was bounced off by the sea god's light. In midair, Xiao Wu lost consciousness and fainted. Xiao Wu had been gritting her teeth and holding on just now, but now she could no longer bear it. It was Lu Chen again. After putting down Zhu Zhuqing, he rose into the air once more and caught Xiao Wu. After holding Xiao Wu, Lu Chen could clearly perceive that Xiao Wu's body was convulsing. Her muscles were twitching unconsciously. The spirit power in her meridians was dissipating, and wisps of blood were overflowing from her mouth and nose. Lu Chen frowned in distress, but he was also a person of firm mind and understood one truth. One must endure the bitterness of bitterness to become a person above others. Without experiencing cruel tempering, how can one have the opportunity to become a divinity in the future? Just like before, Lu Chen infused a trace of life divine power into her body. Under the nourishment of this life divine power, which was capable of bringing the dead back to life and regrowing flesh and bones, Xiao Wu's complexion improved rapidly. Her skin, her muscles and bones, her internal organs. Under the soothing of the life-divine power, all radiated vigorous vitality and began to repair quickly. Chen brought Xiao Wu down to the ground and placed her side by side with Zhu Zhuqing. Now, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both reached their respective limits. Only Douluo Yan was still holding on by herself. At this moment, she had already climbed to the 136th step. Chapter 271, Bibaidong Escapes. On the 136th step, Douluo Yan's face was so red it seemed as if it were bleeding. She gritted her teeth, and sweat poured down her forehead, cheeks, and neck like rain. Martial soul possession. Douluo Yan's body had reached its limit, and she finally summoned her martial soul possession. Emerald green scales emerged from beneath her blood-red skin, interlocking to form a dragon scale armor. Douluo Yan, originally slender in figure, now looked a bit taller and more upright. 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose one after another. Relying on the boost from martial soul possession, Douluo Yan felt her body relax, the pressure of the sea god's light offset by more than half. She took a deep breath, moved her long legs, and turned into an emerald green blur. Tearing through the air with a sonic boom, she sprinted toward the steps ahead. Crossing 3 steps at a time, in less than 10 breaths, Douluo Yan had crossed 30 steps, arriving at the 166th step. However, at this moment, the pressure of the sea god's light doubled, causing Douluo Yan to gasp violently. Every breath of air brought a burning sensation to her throat and lungs. The immense pressure slowed her footsteps again. Unable to continue crossing multiple steps at once, she could only walk 1 step at a time. 167, 168, 169. Douluo Yan was drenched in sweat. Every step she took forward left a footprint of sweat on the stairs. Persist, persist. Douluo Yan held onto this belief. Even though her bones cracked, her muscles were sore and swollen, and the scene before her eyes had become blurry. She never stopped her footsteps. Douluo Yan had a stubborn temper. Once she set her mind on something, not even 9 bulls could pull her back. She had fallen in love with Chen. In order to get closer to Chen and to be with him for a long time, she absolutely could not give up halfway. She wanted to become a god, to become the sea god. It was just that subjective determination could not lower the objective pressure. Douluo Yan walked slower and slower, even starting to sway with every step, consuming a great deal of time for each step forward. When she stepped onto the 200th step, Douluo Yan fell to her knees with a thud, pressed down by the weight. Bloodshot eyes appeared in her gaze. Both her body and spirit had reached their limit. Even though Douluo Yan had the cultivation of a spirit saint and possessed 6 spirit bones excluding the torso bone, allowing her physique to rival that of a titled Douluo, she had reached her limit at this moment. I can still continue forward. Douluo Yan still did not give up. She gritted her teeth, and with a thought, 8 forest white bone spurs extended from her back. This was exactly the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. The 8 forest white bone spurs supported the ground, helping Douluo Yan stabilize her swaying figure. The 8 bone spurs exerted force simultaneously, actually allowing Douluo Yan to climb 1 more step. Crack, 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 crack. Under the pressure of the sea god's light, the 8 spider lances were also cracking, but this could not stop Douluo Yan's forward progress. 201, 202, 203. 206, 207, 208. Finally, Douluo Yan arrived at the 208th step. Her 8 forest white bone spurs were no longer just making cracking sounds. They began to burst with cracks. Douluo Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, which exploded into a bloody mist under the pressure. She could no longer hold on. She was blasted away by the sea god's light. Meanwhile, at the end of the 1,000 steps, High Priestess Bo Saixi was filled with emotion. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, and then slowly exhaled before speaking with shock. To climb to the 208th step on the first attempt at the sea god's light. What profound foundation, what terrifying willpower. I really underestimated this girl. No wonder she could be chosen by Lord Sea God as his successor. She has the potential to become a god. On the other side, Chen rose into the air, reached out his arms, and caught the blasted-away Douluo Dalu. A thread of life divine power had already been infused into her. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, Douluo Dalu, who had been delirious just a moment ago, blinked her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Her gaze focused, and her eyes regained their luster. Douluo Dalu gasped a few times, before speaking with some frustration. I already did my best, but I only climbed to the 208th step, and this is only the first trial of the Sea God 9 trials. I really don't know how long it will take for me to pass all the Sea God 9 trials. Chen thought about the original plot, where the Shrek 7 devils, including Tang San, only advanced 30 or 40 steps when they first entered the Sea God's light. Now that Douluo Dalu had climbed to the 208th step on her first entry into the Sea God's light, yet still felt frustrated. If it were Tang San and the others from the original plot, they should really just find a rope and hang themselves. Chen chuckled and comforted her. You've already done very well. Giving you 1 year for the assessment is to let you grow, adapt, and improve yourselves within this year. This is only the first day of the assessment. Don't be overly ambitious. Judging by your current progress, it will probably only take 3 months to pass this first trial. Afterwards, Chen carried Douluo Dalu back to the ground. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had also woken up under the nourishment of the life divine power, and their bodies had returned to their peak state. Xiao Wu stood on the ground, jumping and hopping, twisting her waist, lifting her legs and stretching her arms before saying with bright eyes, Boss Chen, have you already treated us? I don't feel any fatigue in my body at all now. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like my body has even strengthened a bit. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded quickly and said, I have that feeling too. It seems my physical fitness has been strengthened. Chen put Douluo Dalu down and explained, it should be because of the Sea God's light. Under the pressure of the Sea God's light, your own potential has been greatly developed. I use the life divine power to help you recover your bodies, leaving no hidden injuries or risks, which is why you feel like your physique has been strengthened. Chen paused for a moment and said with a smile, after what just happened, you all know your physical limits. For the next period of time, don't rush to complete the assessment. You can go into the Sea God's light to cultivate, using the pressure of the Sea God's light to increase your respective cultivation speeds, while also letting your bodies adapt to the pressure of the Sea God's light. Hearing Chen say this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were both eager to try. If the Sea God's light could speed up cultivation, it would be all benefits and no harm to them. However, at this time, it was already late, and the spirit masters of Sea God Island, following High Priestess Bo Saixie's instructions, had delivered a sumptuous dinner to them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were not in a hurry to go cultivate, and had a wonderful meal with Chen and Douluo Dalu. Sea God Island was rich in products, large lobsters, bread crabs, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and various special sea fish, made everyone eat very happily. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Dalu each kissed Chen on the face to express their apologies for not being able to accompany him. Immediately, the 3 women entered the Sea God's light. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stayed around the 50th step, while Douluo Dalu stayed around the 100th step. Under the pressure of the Sea God's light, they each began to meditate and cultivate. The heaven and earth energy of Sea God Island was abundant, allowing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Dalu to clearly perceive their spirit power rising within them. As for Chen outside the Sea God's light, he did not need to cultivate deliberately. Relying on the formidable nature of his innate Tao body, with every breath, the various elemental energies between heaven and earth would flow continuously into his body. turning into streams of warmth. It caused his spirit power to rise every second. Chen looked at the three women in the sea god's light. Now that Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and Yan Yan have also started their assessments, there is no benefit in me staying here. I will wait until tomorrow and then return to the continent to handle some important matters. The next day, Chen bade farewell to Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and Dugu Yan. Telling them to cultivate well on Sea God Island while he returned to the continent to handle things, and he would come back to visit them in a few days. Although Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and Dugu Yan were reluctant to part, they would not hinder Chen from handling important matters. After saying goodbye to the three women, Chen cast his space/spirit ability and split open a space crack. Passing through the space crack, he left Sea God Island in the blink of an eye and returned to the continent. In the northwest of the Heaven Dew Empire, in the northern province, Shenfeng City. This Shenfeng City was no ordinary place. The city had the famous high-level Spirit Master Academy on the continent, Divine Wind Academy. As one of the 5 Elements Academies, Divine Wind Academy only recruited Spirit Masters with Wind Attribute martial souls. It was a famous cradle for geniuses, and graduates from Divine Wind Academy were snatched up by various forces. Chen came to Shenfeng City with the intention of talking to the Dean of Divine Wind Academy to have Divine Wind Academy join Longevity Academy. Before he even reached Divine Wind Academy, in a small tavern on the street, Chen heard a discussion. Have you heard? The deposed Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong, has escaped from Spirit Hall. At that time, for some reason, the High Priest of Spirit Hall did not appear, and those other elders couldn't stop Bibai Dong in the fierce battle. That battle was incredibly intense. The newly rebuilt Supreme Pontiff Palace was demolished again. In the end, Bibai Dong was injured and left, and her whereabouts have been unknown since. No one knows where she went. Although Spirit Hall hasn't publicized it widely, I heard that all the holy temples, main halls, branch halls, and sub-halls are searching for traces of Bibai Dong. Hearing these discussions, Chen drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and frowned slightly. Qian Dalu is truly a piece of trash. He couldn't even keep an eye on Bibai Dong. Now that Bibai Dong has run out, I don't know where she is hiding. She is the successor of the Rakshasa god. Even if she is crippled now, relying on the power of a divinity, she might not be unable to regrow her severed limbs. But it doesn't matter. As long as you give me a year, I will be able to accumulate enough, create my own god position, and leap to become a supreme god king. Chapter 272, Divine Wind Academy. Divine Wind Academy is located in the northern part of Shenfeng City, covering an extremely vast area. A full third of Shenfeng City is the campus of Divine Wind Academy. This shows the deep foundation and unfathomable connections of Divine Wind Academy. Chen swept his divine thought and found the gate of Divine Wind Academy, then strolled to the entrance. After being stopped by 2 gatekeepers, Chen did not play any tricks of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He directly stated his identity. Who was Chen? Sect master of the Longevity sect, Longevity Douluo. The #1 powerhouse on the continent today. With his own strength, he fought 16 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall alone. 199th rank Super Douluo, 198th rank Super Douluo, 397th rank Super Douluos, 296th rank Super Douluos, and 9 titled Douluos ranging from rank 92 to 95. In the end, Chen won. With such terrifying battle achievements, in the Spirit Master's world of the Douluo Continent, Chen was now no different from a divinity descended to Earth. As soon as Chen revealed his identity, the 2 gatekeepers were so shocked their legs went weak, and they scrambled into the academy to report. Before long, the principal of Divine Wind Academy, Principal Feng Lidun, personally arrived at the gate of Divine Wind Academy. With a mix of respect and fawning, he invited Chen into the reception room of Divine Wind Academy. In the reception room, an old man with white hair wearing black robes, none other than Principal Feng Liyun of Divine Wind Academy, was personally serving Lu Chen. Demonstrating impressive tea art, he personally delivered a cup of brewed emerald green tea to Lu Chen. He spoke with a face full of smiles. Today, the arrival of His Excellency Chengsheng has made our Divine Wind Academy shine. Your Excellency, please have a taste. This is a specialty of our northern province, a tea that lingers with sweetness. It is a type of tea leaf produced only in the Hurricane Canyon. It endures the winds without withering, and it is extremely difficult to harvest. Only high-level spirit masters can pick it, so the price remains high. After drinking this tea, one feels refreshed, with a sweet aftertaste that lingers on the lips and teeth for a long time. Lu Chen gave Principal Feng Liyun some face. He reached out, picked up the teacup, brought it to his lips, and without minding the heat, took a gentle sip. A fragrance rushed straight into his nasal cavity. This fragrance was not cloying, but a crisp, refreshing scent that slightly invigorated one's spirit, leaving one feeling refreshed. After swallowing the tea, that lingering, multi-layered fragrance continued to slowly spread between his lips and teeth. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This tea was good. When he left, he could take some back to share with his father, mother, and brother Dugu. Principal Feng Liyun, who had been watching Lu Chen, noticed that Lu Chen was in a good mood, and his own heart relaxed slightly. If Lu Chen was in a good mood, then he definitely wasn't here to cause trouble today. Principal Feng Liyun cautiously probed. His Excellency Chengsheng is always elusive on the continent. I wonder, what brings you to Divine Wind Academy today? Is there anything you need our Divine Wind Academy for? Lu Chen held the teacup in one hand, his thumb gently rubbing the patterns on the cup. He looked forward, as if he could penetrate the walls of the reception room to see the campus, which was full of youthful vitality and vigor. He chuckled and said, Principal Feng, let's speak plainly. I came to your Divine Wind Academy because I have taken a liking to your Divine Wind Academy. I have also established a Longevity Academy, but it was established too recently. Its teaching staff and talented students cannot compare to an old-established high-level Spirit Master Academy like yours. I want the Longevity Academy to develop rapidly, so I cannot follow the conventional path. Therefore, I want to acquire your Divine Wind Academy. Why don't you name a price? In an instant, in Principal Feng Liyun's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Lu Chen actually wanted their entire Divine Wind Academy. Divine Wind Academy was his life's work. He absolutely could not just hand over Divine Wind Academy like this. Principal Feng Liyun clenched his fists, his expression full of grief and indignation. But he was merely a spirit Douluo. In front of Lu Chen, he only dared to plead aggrievedly. Your Excellency, this is not a matter of money. Divine Wind Academy is my life's work. It does not belong to me alone. It belongs to all the teachers and students of Divine Wind Academy. Our Divine Wind Academy also has its own pride. I ask that His Excellency Chengsheng not make things difficult for us. Even if you gave me hundreds of thousands, or even 1 million gold coins, I could not sell Divine Wind Academy. Please, His Excellency Chengsheng, spare us. Saying this, Principal Feng Liyun bent his waist deeply, his head already resting on his knees, his body folded in half. Seeing him like this, Lu Chen smiled indifferently. Principal Feng, you make me look like a villain. Although I am now the #1 powerhouse on the continent, I have also had times when I was weak. I have experienced the despair of being bullied. If you are unwilling, I will never force you. What I value most is mutual consent. Since you won't name a price, I will name one. 10 million gold coins. Hearing this number, Principal Feng Liyun gasped. The purchasing power of gold coins on the continent was still very strong. It wasn't as if every faction had the wealth of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which was rich enough to rival a nation. For a high-level Spirit Master Academy like Divine Wind Academy, apart from fixed assets, The liquid capital on their books was at most around 150,000 to 160,000. 10 million gold coins was definitely an astronomical figure. This made Principal Feng Liyun's brain spin. That wasn't all. Lu Chen continued to increase the stakes. Plus 110,000 year spirit bone. Principal Feng, a 10,000 year spirit bone is definitely a treasure that is priceless. My sincerity is very clear. I do not want the name Divine Wind Academy. I want you to lead all the teachers and students of Divine Wind Academy to join my Longevity Academy. From now on, we will prosper together and suffer together. Although you will lose the signboard of Divine Wind Academy, 10 million gold coins and a 10,000 year spirit bone are enough to compensate for all losses. Principal Feng Liyun felt dizzy, a surge of blood rushing to his brain, making him feel lightheaded. A dignified spirit Douluo powerhouse was actually swaying. His voice trembled. 10,000 year spirit bone. The preciousness of a 10,000 year spirit bone was enough to drive even a titled Douluo crazy. Principal Feng Liyun saw Lu Chen's sincerity. Although he possessed unparalleled strength, he did not use it to force others or bully them. Instead, he offered terms that no one could refuse. Principal Feng Liyun was actually already tempted. After a long silence, Principal Feng Liyun let out a deep sigh. He slowly straightened up, his aged face full of respect. It was not respect for Lu Chen's unparalleled strength. It was respect for the fact that even with such unparalleled strength, Lu Chen did not use it to bully others or force them into a difficult position. Putting himself in Lu Chen's shoes, Principal Feng Liyun felt that if he had such unparalleled strength, he would never be as approachable as Lu Chen. It was precisely because of this that Principal Feng Liyun felt genuine respect for Lu Chen. Principal Feng Liyun said in a deep voice, "I have seen Your Excellency's sincerity. It's just..." Principal Feng Liyun closed his eyes with a conflicted expression. When he opened them again, he said without hesitation, "Your Excellency, for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now, the children of our Divine Wind Academy have been preparing for too long. If I were to take Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy at this time, all of the children's preparations would be wasted. As the principal, I am extremely tempted by 10 million gold coins and a 10,000 year spirit bone. But I cannot bear to see the disappointed looks in the children's eyes. I hope Your Excellency can understand." After saying this last sentence, Principal Feng Liyun seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He bent his waist once more, his body folding in half, his head buried on his knees. His body was trembling slightly. He was afraid that Lu Chen would be annoyed and kill him with a single slap. Lu Chen had offered 10 million gold coins and a 10,000 year spirit bone, yet he had the audacity to refuse. He even wanted to slap himself. Chapter 273, The Wager. Inside the reception room of Divine Wind Academy. Upon hearing Principal Feng Liyun's words, Lu Chen suddenly touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. He suddenly realized that it would be too boring if the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament lacked the 5 Elements Academy's torture of Shrek Academy. Lu Chen made a decision instantly. The 5 Elements Academies still needed to be acquired, but the official acquisition would be best left until after the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament concluded. Lu Chen looked at Principal Feng Liyun again. "Principal Feng, since your final insistence is to have the Divine Wind Academy team participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now, then I shall grant your wish. Why don't we make a wager? 1 year from now, our Changsheng Academy team will also participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. If our 2 teams meet, and your Divine Wind Academy team loses to our Changsheng Academy team, Then your Divine Wind Academy will join our Longevity Academy in the future. As for the compensation you are owed, 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone, I will still provide them to you. If our Changsheng Academy team is not a match for your Divine Wind Academy team, then I will no longer bring up the matter of acquiring your Divine Wind Academy. What do you think of this? Principal Feng Liyun's eyes widened, and he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. These terms were too generous. It made Principal Feng Liyun feel as if he were dreaming. If they won, their Divine Wind Academy could continue to remain independent. If they lost, it would prove that their Divine Wind Academy was inferior to Longevity Academy, and joining Longevity Academy would allow for better development. Plus, they would still receive 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone. His Excellency Changsheng is truly a generous man. Principal Feng Liyun was extremely excited, not knowing where to put his hands, and he quickly nodded in agreement. No problem, I agree. His Excellency Changsheng has considered everything so thoroughly for us. If I were to refuse, I would truly be ungrateful. With the terms His Excellency Changsheng has offered, I would be willing to bring Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy right now. Now that the children of our Divine Wind Academy team can still participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, I thank His Excellency Changsheng on their behalf. Having said this, Principal Feng Liyun bowed deeply once more. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head and chuckled. He only hoped that Feng Xiaoshan and the others from the Divine Wind Academy team wouldn't become depressed after being crushed by Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and Yan Yan. 1 year later, after training on Sea God Island, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking would definitely be able to reach the Spirit Emperor level, and Dugu Yan would definitely be able to reach the Spirit Douluo level. With 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors, they could dominate the entire field. Even with 4 other casual members, winning the championship of the Spirit Master competition would be an easy task. In this Spirit Master competition, their Changsheng Academy team would absolutely dazzle everyone. As for Shrek Academy, he would let this pile of trash reveal its true colors at the Spirit Master competition, so they would stop swindling people for tens of thousands of years and harming countless genius spirit masters over those tens of thousands of years. Lu Chen drank the emerald green tea in his hand in one gulp. It left a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth with a sweet aftertaste. He stood up and said, "Good tea. Principal Feng, just for this cup of tea today, when your Divine Wind Academy team meets our Changsheng Academy team at the Spirit Master competition in the future, I will have them go easy on you." Upon hearing this, Principal Feng Liyun was displeased. He straightened his back, his face beaming with a confident smile, clearly very confident in the geniuses he had cultivated. His Excellency Changsheng, please do not underestimate the children of our Divine Wind Academy team. In order to stand out at the Spirit Master competition, they have been preparing for several years. Whether it is individual strength or team coordination, they have achieved the best possible results for their age group. Although they cannot compare to you, but a genius like you may not appear for thousands of years. What I mean to say is, if our Divine Wind Academy team meets your Changsheng Academy team at the Spirit Master competition, please go all out. As for who wins or loses in the end, it will depend on the children's own abilities. Don't let Principal Feng Liyun's current confidence fool you. Only when he sees the strength of the Longevity Academy members 1 year later will he know what regret truly means. A hint of amusement rose in Lu Chen's eyes. He raised his hand, patted Principal Feng Liyun on the shoulder lightly, chuckled, and said, "Very well. When the Spirit Master competition begins and our 2 academy teams meet, I will certainly have them go all out to provide a brilliant Spirit Master match." Principal Feng Liyun still nodded confidently. That is only right. After smiling, Lu Chen bid farewell to Principal Feng Liyun. Seeing that Lu Chen enjoyed tea, Principal Feng Liyan took a bag of 100 turns sweet aftertaste, tea leaves from his own stock, and gave it to Lu Chen as a gift. His Excellency Changsheng, these tea leaves were all picked by myself. Ordinary spirit kings and spirit emperors cannot go deep into the Hurricane Canyon. Only a spirit Douluo expert like me can venture deep into the Hurricane Canyon to pick these 100 turns sweet aftertaste tea leaves. I know that with your Excellency Changsheng's strength, you have seen many treasures in your daily life, but these 100 turns sweet aftertaste tea leaves are the best I have to offer. Please do not despise them, Your Excellency Changsheng. Looking at the sincere Principal Feng Liyan, Lu Chen did not refuse his kindness and casually took the bag of tea leaves from his hand. He was not a stingy person after all. Thus, Lu Chen took out that 20,000-year bloodthirsty berserk hurricane right leg bone from his portable space and casually tossed it to Principal Feng Liyan. This right leg bone is a 20,000-year spirit bone. It comes from a creature called a wolf-taken and has a bloodthirsty berserk skill. It matches your storm devil wolf spirit very well, so I'll give it to you. Originally, I intended to give you this spirit bone after you brought Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy. Seeing how polite you are, and since Divine Wind Academy will join Longevity Academy sooner or later, I'll give you this spirit bone in advance. In the future, I plan to do something big and will need some helpers. I value your Divine Wind Academy highly, so do not let me down. As his voice fell, Lu Chen waved his hand and then left the reception room without looking back. Inside the reception room, Principal Feng Liyan looked dazed, holding the spirit bone in his hands, which were trembling. This was a spirit bone, a 10,000-year spirit bone. It could trigger a war between two kingdoms, and without thousands or tens of thousands of people dying, the ownership of such a spirit bone could never be decided. Now Lu Chen had casually tossed him a spirit bone. In his heart, Principal Feng Liyan felt a sense of a warrior dies for his soulmate. He wished he could chase after him right now. Bring Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy and repay Lu Chen's great kindness. Principal Feng Liyan let out a long breath. Seeing that Lu Chen had already disappeared, he said with a shocked expression, "Is this the foundation of the continent's #1 powerhouse? A 20,000-year spirit bone, just taken out like that? How can a mere bag of 100 turns sweet aftertaste tea leaves compare to the value of a spirit bone? How can I repay this? After the Spirit Master competition ends, regardless of whether the Divine Wind Academy team wins or loses against the Changsheng Academy team, I will take Divine Wind Academy to join Longevity Academy. His Excellency Changsheng is so sincere, I cannot be ungrateful. As for this spirit bone, I am already very old. It would be better to give it to Xia Ocean to absorb. He has the mutated spirit of the storm devil wolf, the double-headed storm wolf, and possesses innate full spirit power. He has the potential to become a titled Douluo. It is a pity that he is currently obsessed with creating his own spirit ability, wasting quite a bit of cultivation time. With this bloodthirsty berserk hurricane right leg bone, it should be able to make up for his shortcomings in this area. After absorbing this spirit bone, Xia Ocean will certainly be able to achieve better results in the Spirit Master competition a year from now. If Xia Ocean can truly break through to become a titled Douluo in the future, he must repay His Excellency Changsheng well. This is a massive debt of gratitude. Chapter 274, Yu Gyuhan's Refusal. After leaving Divine Wind Academy, Lu Chen looked back at it. It is now certain that Divine Wind Academy will join my Longevity Academy after the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament concludes. Now, it remains to be seen what choices the other academies will make. Subsequently, Lu Chen soared into the air and disappeared into the sky above Shenfeng City with a flicker. In the following time, Lu Chen visited Blazing City and Tianshui City, calling upon Blazing Academy and Tianshui Academy, respectively. The principals were Hu Wying of Blazing Academy and Shui Bingyu of Tianshui Academy. Their reactions were similar to Principal Feng Liyun's. Faced with the conditions Lu Chen offered, 10 million gold coins plus a 10,000-year spirit bone to bring their respective academies into Longevity Academy, they were extremely tempted. Yet in the end, they hesitated. They wanted to agree but were unwilling, as their respective academy teams still had to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year later. They did not want years of hard work to be wiped out in an instant. They wanted to refuse but felt fearful, because Lu Chen, the #1 powerhouse on the continent, was sitting before them with a calm expression. If they refused Lu Chen, and he happened to get angry out of shame, he might just wipe out their academies with a casual wave of his hand. Amidst the silence, Lu Chen once again proposed that wager. During the Spirit Master competition, when the two sides' teams met, if the Blazing Academy team and Tianshui Academy team lost to the Changsheng Academy team, then both academies would join Longevity Academy. Conversely, if the Blazing Academy team and Tianshui Academy team won against the Changsheng Academy team, Lu Chen would never again mention having the two academies join Longevity Academy. Faced with this wager, Principal Hu Wang of Blazing Academy and Principal Shui Bingyu of Tianshui Academy finally made up their minds and agreed. Because of Lu Chen's absolute trust in Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan, Blazing Academy and Tianshui Academy were effectively already in Lu Chen's pocket. Among the famous 5 Elements Academies on the continent, Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, and Tianshui Academy had all been taken by Lu Chen. The next target was Thunder Academy. Lading City, Thunder Academy. After Lu Chen arrived at Thunder Academy and revealed his identity, the principal of Thunder Academy, Yu Gyuhan, respectfully invited him inside. Yu Gyuhan was a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. Although he was the principal of Thunder Academy, among the 5 Elements Academies, his strength was arguably the weakest. The other principals were all Spirit Douluo, while he was only a Spirit Saint. A Spirit Saint being able to become the principal of Thunder Academy was naturally due to his deep background. Yu Gyuhan's father was none other than the second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Luomian. The power behind Thunder Academy was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even the previous principal of Thunder Academy was Yu Luomian. With Yu Luomian's support and his own decent talent, Yu Gyuhan had become a Spirit Saint in his 50s. A future breakthrough to Spirit Douluo was a certainty, so his becoming the principal of Thunder Academy was well-deserved. In the guest room of Thunder Academy, Yu Gyuhan wore his family's hereditary coffin face. He was not handsome, only average. Facing Lu Chen, the continent's #1 powerhouse, he lowered his arrogant head and asked with an incomparably respectful expression, "His Excellency Changsheng, your arrival is a great honor, and I truly failed to welcome you properly. As the #1 powerhouse on the continent and the sect master of the #1 sect in the world, whether it is myself, my father, or my uncle, we all hold His Excellency Changsheng in the highest regard. As fellow members of the 7 great sects, we have always stood together to face the aggressive nature of Spirit Hall. Since His Excellency Changsheng has come this time, please do not hesitate to give your orders if there is anything you need us to do. Both our Thunder Academy and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan are willing to work with His Excellency Changsheng." Yu Gyuhan was usually very arrogant. As a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master, his strength was top tier among Spirit Saints, so he always looked down on others. But at this moment, in front of Lu Chen, he lowered his posture significantly. Not to mention him, even his father Yu Luomian and his uncle clan master Yu Yuanzhen had to be cautious in front of Lu Chen, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous. Lu Chen glanced at Yu Gyuhan and thought to himself, "Thunder Academy is an asset of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Trying to make Thunder Academy join Longevity Academy is like cutting flesh from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, many of the teachers and students at Thunder Academy come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even if I make them join Longevity Academy, I fear they would still yearn more for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thunder Academy is different from Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, and Tianshui Academy. Even if I acquire Thunder Academy, its teachers and students will not be of one mind with me. I will just ask one simple question. If there is a chance, I will gather the 5 Elements Academies. If there is no chance, I will give up on Thunder Academy. Chen raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a calm smile, and frankly stated his purpose. The Longevity Academy I established is currently in its initial stages. I want to develop Longevity Academy rapidly, so I have come to discuss acquiring Thunder Academy with you. I won't waste time with pleasantries. I offer 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone for you to bring all the teachers and students of Thunder Academy to join my Longevity Academy. In the future, under my protection, all the teachers and students of Thunder Academy will have better development. Upon hearing this, the respectful expression on Yu Gyuhan's face immediately froze. Their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had expended a great deal of effort to develop Thunder Academy. Now Chen was asking for all their teachers and students to join Longevity Academy. This was like cutting flesh right off their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. 10 million gold coins and a 10,000-year spirit bone were indeed extremely tempting to Yu Gyuhan, but they were not enough to make him betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The sect gave birth to him, raised him, and nurtured him. His father was the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He had no reason to betray the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Hoo-hoo. Yu Gyuhan gasped heavily a few times, calming the agitated emotions brought on by the 10 million gold coins and the 10,000-year spirit bone. In front of Chen, he dared not show any anger, but his attitude was very firm. Yu Gyuhan smiled bitterly and refused. His Excellency Changsheng, this is like cutting flesh from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. To develop Thunder Academy, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has expended immense effort. Half of the teachers and students in the academy are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and its vassal families. You want me to take the entire school's faculty and students to join Longevity Academy. Isn't that asking for our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to join your Longevity sect? This is impossible. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has a history of thousands of years of legacy, and today we are the second greatest sect in the world. It is absolutely impossible for us to join the Longevity sect. Hearing this, Chen nodded. If it were Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, or Tianshui Academy, he would have been willing to spend a few more words. But for Thunder Academy, if they were unwilling, then so be it. Chen suddenly stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Then that is that. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Farewell." As his voice fell, Chen swaggered away. Seeing this, Yu Gyuhan was stunned. He just left. Yu Gyuhan had not expected that Chen would leave so cleanly and decisively after his refusal. This caused his expression to become uncertain, and he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart, as if this would bring some bad consequences for him, for Thunder Academy, and for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Gyuhan would never have imagined that his refusal today would, in the near future, leave their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with no opportunity to preserve a single line of bloodline legacy. Watching Chen's figure disappear, Yu Gyuhan thought with some relief. This His Excellency Changsheng is truly reasonable. In front of His Excellency Changsheng, I have preserved Thunder Academy for our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I believe my father and my uncle will surely praise me. Chapter 275, The Prostrating Hu Yanzhen. failing to acquire Thunder Academy, and not having made a bet with Yu Gyuhan, Chen had already given up on Thunder Academy. Thunder Academy was too deeply intertwined with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even if it were brought into Longevity Academy, it would still have lingering ties to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Since that was the case, it was better to simply give up. Regardless, among the 5 Elements Academies, Chen had already obtained 3. He just didn't know if the remaining one, Elephant Armor Academy, would be sensible. Not long after, Chen arrived at Elephant Armored Academy. Elephant Armor Academy was not built in the city, but near the Elephant Armored Academy, directly controlled by the Elephant Armored Academy. When Chen arrived at Elephant Armor Academy and stated his identity, the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, who also served as the dean of Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanzhen, came out to greet him almost at a run. Rumble. Because of his heavy weight, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, and as he ran, clouds of dust were kicked up from the ground. Arriving in front of Chen, Hu Yanzhen's old face showed an extremely sycophantic smile, and his robust, burly figure unconsciously bent down before Chen. Back when Spirit Hall reselected the 7 great sects, Hu Yanzhen was on the scene, and he witnessed Chen's unparalleled combat power with his own eyes. Even if the 6 high priests joined forces, even if Qian Dalu mobilized the angel divine power, they were no match for this gentleman. This gentleman. He was not just a simple super Douluo. This was a divine rank combat power without a divinity title. He was a truly invincible existence in the mortal world. Hu Yanzhen, a mere level 89 spirit Douluo, even if his defensive power rivaled a titled Douluo, did not dare to act recklessly in front of Chen. Because even a true titled Douluo could be slapped to death by Chen with one palm. Hu Yanzhen smiled fawningly, rubbing his large, cushion-like hands back and forth. He deliberately lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing Chen, and spoke cautiously. His Excellency Changsheng, your arrival at our small Elephant Armor Academy truly makes the little one feel honored. Please come in, please come in. What is the matter? It is worth your personal arrival. You only need to give an order, and the little one would rush to Longevity Sect at full speed to await your orders. Hu Yanzhen stood to the side, bent over, making a gesture to invite him in, lowering his posture to the extreme. Compared to Principal Feng Liyan, Hoying, and Shui Bingyu, Hu Yanzhen had seen Chen's strength with his own eyes, so he was completely in a posture of wishing he could grovel. Chen couldn't help but be amused. Before coming, he thought that Hu Yanzhen, as the sect master of one of the lower 4 sects, the Elephant Armored Academy, would be a tough nut to crack. It turned out that this Hu Yanzhen was not just sensible, he was truly a wise man. Accompanied by Hu Yanzhen, Chen walked into a reception room and sat down casually on a chair. Chen sat, but Hu Yanzhen dared not sit down. He stood next to Chen, smiling fawningly while having people bring fruit, snacks, and tea. Chen didn't waste words, looking at Hu Yanzhen to state his purpose. Sect Master Hu Yan, the Longevity Academy I established is currently in its initial stage. I want Longevity Academy to develop rapidly, so I intend to acquire Elephant Armor Academy and let Elephant Armor Academy join my Longevity Academy to quickly enhance the foundation of Longevity Academy. Upon hearing this, a flash of pain crossed Hu Yanzhen's eyes. After all, their Elephant Armored Academy had invested a lot and spent countless efforts for Elephant Armor Academy. But now that Chen had spoken, Hu Yanzhen did not dare to refuse at all. He gritted his teeth and patted his chest in agreement. To be favored by His Excellency Changsheng is the fortune of our Elephant Armor Academy. I will give orders later to let the teachers and students of Elephant Armor Academy move and join Longevity Academy. In the future, my grandson Huyan Lai will be sent to Longevity Academy to cultivate. I ask Your Excellency to take care of him. Hu Yanzhen's decisiveness made even Lu Chen look at him with admiration. He didn't even hesitate to give Elephant Armor Academy to him. This guy, Lu Chen also nodded with satisfaction. Haha, Sect Master Hu Yan is indeed generous. I haven't even named a price, and you've already given Elephant Armor Academy to me. Then you might as well listen to my price. 10 million gold coins, plus a 10,000-year spirit bone, as compensation for my acquisition of Elephant Armor Academy. You don't need to rush to arrange the move. After the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament ends in a year, then merge Elephant Armor Academy into Longevity Academy. In the Spirit Master competition, you must let your Elephant Armor Academy team perform well. The better you perform, the more explosive the effect will be when Elephant Armor Academy joins Longevity Academy. While speaking, Lu Chen took out a golden gold coin stored value card from his portable space. This card contained 10 million gold coins and could be used at any bank on the continent. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. In addition, there was a 30,000-year strength-type spirit bone. The origin of this spirit bone was dug out from an elder of the Clear Sky sect. Hu Yanzhen's spirit was the defense-type diamond mammoth, so a strength-type spirit bone was the most compatible with him. Lu Chen handed the golden gold coin card and that strength-type spirit bone into Hu Yanzhen's hands, then smiled slightly and said, Sect Master Hu Yan is generous, so I cannot be stingy. The 10 million gold coins I promised, plus a 10,000-year spirit bone, will be given to you first. This spirit bone is a 30,000-year strength-type spirit bone. It will definitely bring you a significant improvement. Looking at the golden gold coin card in his hand and the spirit bone emitting astonishing energy fluctuations, Hu Yanzhen's hands were trembling, his mouth was wide open, his expression was dull, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Hu Yanzhen's breathing became increasingly rapid, his eyes turning red, somewhat similar to Down syndrome, showing how agitated his inner emotions were. This was a spirit bone. And not just an ordinary spirit bone, but a 30,000-year spirit bone that could be called a priceless treasure. Before Bibai Dong was dismissed, she had sent people to win over Hu Yanzhen. In order for himself and the sect to advance further, Hu Yanzhen had half-heartedly pledged loyalty to Bibai Dong. But Bibai Dong was too stingy. Besides painting pictures for him, she didn't give him many benefits at all. Bibai Dong's stinginess was traceable. Even to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were most loyal to her, she had never bestowed any spirit bone. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo could perform a spirit fusion skill, the two-phase stasis domain. They hadn't received any spirit bone rewards, so a mere Hu Yanzhen wanting to get a spirit bone from Bibai Dong was simply wishful thinking. But now, Lu Chen directly gave Hu Yanzhen a 30,000-year spirit bone, making him so excited that his teeth were chattering. This made Hu Yanzhen want to slap himself. He must have been brain damaged to pledge loyalty to Bibai Dong. Now that Bibai Dong had been dismissed and had escaped from Spirit Hall, her whereabouts were still unknown. Hu Yanzhen didn't know what to do. Continue to pledge loyalty to Spirit Hall, or take the opportunity to get rid of Spirit Hall. Lu Chen had extended an olive branch. What was there to hesitate about? With a thud, Hu Yanzhen's burly, pillar-like body knelt on one knee directly in front of Lu Chen. His hands tightly gripped the gold coin card and the 30,000-year spirit bone. He looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes. His Excellency Cheng Sheng, I, Hu Yanzhen, have been trapped at level 89 spirit power for too long. Today, receiving this spirit bone gifted by His Excellency Cheng Sheng, if I can break through from level 89 spirit power to level 90, it is all thanks to the great kindness and virtue of His Excellency Cheng Sheng. For such a kindness that is equivalent to a rebirth, I, Hu Yanzhen, am willing to pledge my life to serve you. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to take the Elephant Armored Academy and Elephant Armor Academy to join His Excellency Changsheng's forces. I ask His Excellency Changsheng to accept me." Speaking to the end, Hu Yanzhen deeply lowered his head. As if Lu Chen didn't agree, he would never get up. Seeing this, Lu Chen was also stunned for a moment, then laughed lightly. He raised his hand, and a force lifted Hu Yanzhen up. He smiled lightly. "Good. Since Sect Master Hu Yan intends to defect to me, I have no reason not to accept. My first task for you is to contact the other 3 sect masters of the lower 4 sects. As long as they are willing to bring their sects to defect to me, I will give each of them a 10,000-year spirit bone and 10 million gold coins as a settlement fee for each sect. Take 1 year as the limit. After 1 year, come and give me a reply, and I will formally take you all under my command." Hu Yanzhen only felt an irresistible force surrounding him, lifting him up. Under that force, he felt his own smallness and deep powerlessness. His eyes were burning. His choice was absolutely correct. Following Lu Chen was definitely more promising than following Spirit Hall. For the first task Lu Chen gave him, Hu Yanzhen was 100% confident in completing it. Originally, Bibai Dong could fool the sect masters of the lower 4 sects with just a pie in the sky. Now that Lu Chen was giving real money and silver, 10 million gold coins, plus a 10,000-year spirit bone. Unless one was truly brain damaged. Otherwise, even a fool would know who to defect to. Hu Yanzhen said confidently. "Please rest assured, His Excellency Changsheng. It won't take a year. I guarantee I will persuade the sect masters of the Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect to bring their sects to defect to you." Lu Chen smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat Hu Yanzhen's shoulder. "Then I will leave it to you." Lu Chen sighed in his heart. The harvest this time was really not small. Hu Yanzhen's eagerness to defect to him not only allowed him to obtain the allegiance of the Elephant Armored Academy, one of the lower 4 sects, but Hu Yanzhen also had the opportunity to pull in the other 3 sects of the lower 4 sects, the Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect, to pledge loyalty to him. Now, most of the Spirit Master's world would be under Lu Chen's control, and he was getting closer and closer to the thing he wanted to achieve. Lu Chen's eyes shone with brilliance. He was going to completely topple the feudal rule of the 2 great empires and lead the Douluo Continent into a brand new era. And that is it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Drop a comment below. I want to know what you think is coming next. See you in the next one.